I'm bored. This is what boredom does to you. Dude, I've been in my room for like the past, like, I just got out. And I'm deciding to play this goddamn game. Right now. What game is that? It's Animal Hospital. It's like it's kind of like similar to what's that game again where you have to like that's not my neighbor, but it's like in the hospital. That's a hella Hades. Oh, okay. That guy's just there. He's about to join you. Do you want to join? Well, it's still the first day, so I can. Hold on. Okay. I'll go through. I'll go through some of it then. Yep. There's like two of them. What? There's actually like people waiting. Is there like an update to this game? What's up? Hiroyu. Ryu. Here for my appointment. Oh, I have to follow them through. Oops. Oh shit. As far as I know, there's no anomalies in the first day. What in the hell, Jimmy? The what? Eye drops. Okay. Shutter is operational. Security cameras operational. Shutters? Oh yeah, shutters. This is what you has the Korean. Oh my god, professional. Yes, it is a professional. Oh! No, no, no. Yeah, bye. No, nope, 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 nope. Oh! Right. What is this game? It's like That's Not Your Neighbor, but it's hospital version, and it's like, yeah, there's more to it, I bet. Nope. Why is there so many anomalies? Get out! You get the fuck out. You. What the heck is that thing? That's what you call an anomaly, Moody. Hello. Okay, you look normal. Anomaly. Anomaly? Anomaly? Oh! Puro Yamada, no! Let's take you to your room. Come home now. No, no, it's fine. They just passed out. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you look normal. Do you look normal in the cameras? You do. You look. Damn, chill. You look normal in here? Right, 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 right. Nah, no, what the hell is that? You look normal in cameras? They're not photogenic. Don't kick them out. No. Hello. What's your name? Is that normal that they don't say their name? Well, it's not normal IRL, but like, I mean, they only merely mugged for the pick. They mugged wrong. Hello. Hold on. Okay. Is that any food? Okay. Okay. Alright. Let's treat the remaining patients, but I really don't. Whoa! Give me. Get me out. Get me out. Alright, let's leave this game and then let's just come back and invite Hades. Oh, there's so many people. Join me. Okay. Come on. Hi. Let's have the hospital, like the doctor, have dialogues because it's his first day in the hospital. Oh, what is wrong with you? Turn around. Oh my, what is wrong with you? What? Hello. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm the anomaly, dude. What the hell? You're the anomaly all along. Where did he go? Where did you go, Loka? Ivan, have you eaten yet? Ah, yes, I have. Okay, he's gonna be the one who's gonna treat the patient, I guess. This is gonna be more easy with another person in the hospital. Not only just like one. Still playing. No, no, no. I'm with. Is this a horror game? Well, kind of. It's like a Roblox horror game. No, I'm with. I'm with Hades right now. You just bought another too. Look at him. He's doing a great job for his first day. Where's the weed? It's right here. Oh, you just okay. Yeah, yo, get off the patient. Get off the patient. Okay, oh yeah, okay, go for it. Yeah, look at it. Oh, the doctor's arriving. Come on. Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's go meet the doctor. He doesn't need CPR. He only has dry eyes. Dude, he looks so creepy. Look. What operations are they doing now? I don't know, dude. Nice. Hades he needs a brain check for freaking us. He's oh, we got a customer. Okay, he'll check it and I'll be in the. Oh yeah, look at him. Oh wow. Oh, just. Oh yeah, right. No, okay. He's. Oh, okay, he looks normal. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. His smile is freaking me out. What do you think I feel? Thank you so much for the stretch. Oh. Thank you so much for the posture check and the hydrate. Motherfucker. I thought he was. Thank you so much for the follow. Well, why? Wubim. YBM. Thank you so much. Sorry, I had to figure out the same thing. Whoopim. But anyway, thank you for following. You've been following for like a long time now, Neil. What the hell? Even. No. Oh! Right, right, right. Oh, was there somebody else in the room? We don't need to like bring that up. Where have you been, Loka? Sure. I wonder what I look like, actually. Oh! I hate this fucking guy. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. Why did he randomly just come? Why did he randomly just come up to me? Holy moly, dude. Oh my god. Get away from me. Is this horror? Yes, it is. The doctor's arriving. It's arriving. I made coffee. Right, thanks. I can't drink it anymore. I have to wait. Mm-hmm. We share money. I fear if we share money, I'm gonna lose it. I can't take him seriously, dude. I'll buy this one. Oh, we should have bought this, but we don't have enough money for it. The way he turns, I know he fucking turns so fast, dude. Oh, we don't have coffee, sir. Do you want this? Oh, I can't. I can't take you seriously, dog. Hey, baby mama, let me whisper in your ear. Dude, oh my god. He's just look at him. He's just looking. What are you doing, Loka? Game name? Name game? Game name. Animal Hospital in Roblox. Okay, give him coffee. Yep, there we go. No problem. Doesn't he look like that? Like 1 hour of Bisaya or Dasua? Fine, Dasua. Oh! Thank you for the redeem, Dasua. Hello, Dasua. I'm Mike Brown, Dasua. I'm here for my appointment, Dasua. Okay, Dasua. Oh, thank you so much for the voucher to check, Dasua. You should, go treat the patients for now. Why does this guy look so suspicious, dude? This, I'll only do one Dasua for now, okay. Oh! No! No, 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 no! Dasua. We have paparazzi in room 4? Oh, yeah, those, yeah, though. Don't look at them. Right, okay, I'm losing so much sanity, Dasua. What does your VIP do? Um, it it's just me giving you the role for VIP Dasua, but I don't know what specific stuff you can get from that. It's just a role for now, at least, Dasua. Hello, Ron from accounting, Dasua. I don't really care. Oh, yeah. What are you? Oh my god, he still scares me, Dasua. Molly Yamamoto. Oh, it's him again. Fuck, I haven't. No. No, no, you can't. You can't. I'm not here. I'm gonna tase you the next fucking round. I hear something. Is this from room 4? Oh, it is. Okay. But isn't like I want to test something at least. Oh. Okay, well, never mind. Right! Right! Pamasko po. Nice model, by the way. Thank you. Hello, Charlies. Now I learned. Thank you. Thank you for the learn. Okay, so she's the only one who's left to get treated. What rang? Somebody rang something. Oh! So what do we do with that? Oh, yo! Right, right, right. Ah, okay. What do you even do when that happens? Like, what? Yay, we have the taser now. Fine. Good. Ah! Bitch. This one. Now we have extra doors. I'll treat them. You can go. No, 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 no. Oh, do you want to do? Yeah, you can do the surgery if you want. Yeah, that's what I thought. You. Alright, sir. You're ready. Oh shit. Where's the taser, dude? Right. No, did you not check before, This is what you get for tasing me, dude. This is what you actually get for tasing me. Right. Oh my god, man. I'm still in recharge. It would have killed other people, dude. Returning to lobby. Wait. Norway, dude. Norway. What? My top shift is 7. You need money? Do I need money? Well, kinda, but like not for Roblox. Oh my god. Oh, there she is. No, 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 no. They're trying to juke us. What's this? Oh! How much money do I have actually? How do you check? Right, you can look normal. I have a nurse now. I'm actually a nurse, dude. Okay, I'm a nurse now. Look at me. I look normal. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, go, go. Do it. I'll be here. Hold on. Oh, shit. I think it's this guy's herbs. Yeah. Every first, like, patient, it's a herb. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Is the game scary or is this normal, Vanny? It's kind of scary, yeah. It has like jump scares and stuff, but it's not like that bad. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Hero Choi. Okay, she looks normal on the cameras. Okay, yeah. She's fine. Oh, well, she's not fine. Eh? I'll take you to room 4. This is room 2. What I can resist? Medicine and medkit. Not med. Oh, why is it always me? Oh shit. Meds and bandages. Okay, never mind, dude. Oh, it's a pay. Okay. Oh my god. Hey, Lila Green. Wait, isn't there like a thing with this model? Yeah, I have a little cat on my lap. Spasming out is bad. Anything abnormal is bad. Yeah. Maple syrup and what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you're a visitor. Why were you crying? He's fine. See, hello? Right. Yeah. Weird. Nope. Oh, it's Ron from accounting. Oh shit. what he should have done yesterday. All around going to X-ray. Fever rush and bleeding. Thermal ointment bandages. Thermal ointment bandages. Thermal ointment bandages. Oh, test me out. Okay, everyone. Alright. What are you doing? No, you're not getting this one. Oh, it's rat. It's Rathu. Wait, Wait, I did not check. Yeah, they look fine. What? Oh my god, wait. Bruises, low sugar, and dry eyes. Medkit, maple syrup, and drugs. You're lucky I have all these. Someone's fucking dinging. So, hi guys. What's going on? Okay, they both look normal, at least. Okay. Red eyes versus. Oh, shit. Okay. Ah, no. We're gonna be so sweet. Prepared. Ambulance is coming. Let's go. Oh. No, 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 no. Room 6? Red, blue. Hydrothermal. There's another anomaly in the room, twin. This one, okay, we need to kill him. We need to kill him. Freak. Okay. Blue and stomach ache, cough syrup and herbs. If only I can buy a gun. Don't do it. It's an anomaly. Look at him. Oh! Was he not an anomaly? It's so fucking stupid. We don't have coffee. What? Can we just shit out something? Right. Oh shit. The camera's down? Give the coffee to the guy now. You were too late. Um. Uh. It's like two of them. Why must Barney start bugging over coffee? I don't know, dude. Is that a normal customer? Frick, this is what I don't like. Just cover. This is probably coffee job. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, why is he bothering me when there's like a coffee shop? Oh. I'm not even gonna bother. If only I could buy the gun. It's like, that would be so cool right now. Which is just give me the gun. Like, why is it behind a paywall or something? Okay, it's normal. Also, hello, Araya the plush. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. You look normal on cameras? You do. Do you look normal here? You do still. Okay. I'm doing good. Been getting into the game lately. I see. It's such a fun game to do. Is there anyone here? Oh, oh. Someone's in the surgery room. Oh, transplant. Resource, medicine, med. It's pretty relaxing besides the fact the patient is trying to summon Satan something. Dude, I played this yesterday and literally this like this one person was trying to summon, like it was doing a summoning circle, and then it started like what? Started like um what? Oh shit. Are they all healing or what? There's still like 5 people. Oh! Not the, but then he got killed by the CN Walker. Oh, so hello. Saya Val. Hello. I am indeed not paid enough to deal with that. Not gonna lie with you. Right, so how do you do... Oh, you need ointment. Dude, he has not been... Hello. IV ointment of syrup. Yeah, you need IV. Okay. Okay, you should be good now. Okay, I think they're all recovering. Yeah. Yep, okay. Ooh, someone's in here. Yellow. Yellow. Red. Yellow. Yellow, yellow, red, yellow. Okay. Low sugar. We got to get the maple syrup. Do you remember me or no? I have a really, really bad memory. So I might not be able to... Good. Yes, I'm the best employee. Look at that. Hold on. Hold on. Wala na. No. Okay. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Alright. Yeah, you can. You can fix the cameras. You just have to come up to them and fix them. Oh! Mm-mm. Oh, they're just a visitor. Okay. I'm getting out of here! I like that they act normal. Even though they're literally anomalies, dude. Hello. They're testing something here. The patients. They're not sick. They're infected. Oh. So does that mean you're also infected? Why you keep coming into the hospital then? Huh? Oh shit. Yeah, okay, come on. Right, right. Eh, eh. Oh, yo, 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 what's going on? Was I... Okay. Is this the only hard thing you could do for this one? Is to speak? Oh. Was I tweaking? I swear to God, this guy was like tweaking for a moment, dude. This guy was also staring at me, so no. Big dead eye of both of ya. Oh, Raphael! Oh, buddy. The people with suitcases are hiding with secrets. Something evil is going on here. Ugh! I have a suitcase here. Suitcase, suitcase. Oh, normal picture. Why is it going crazy? Oh, you're just a visitor? I got room too. Okay. Um. Yep. No. You can go fuck off, really. There's a ghost. What the hell? What was that for? Oh, one camera down. This guy's an anomaly. This guy's an anomaly. I didn't check the... Wait, room 1 is an anomaly, don't. Wait. Room 1's anomaly. What? I can see that skin. Why is that door opening? There's 2 anomalies. Run! Wait. Wait, shit, oh god, I think we did so bad for this shift. What? Huh? Oh shit, Rathy, my fucking camera's broken again. Okay. Wait, Rathy, does people think you're an anomaly? Wait. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ, I thought he did not, like, do anything. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Watch you. Run from accounting. It's a little bit hectic around here now. Okay, Rather is recovered. Another person is in surgery. Scissors. Bandages. What's in here? Maple syrup, ointment, and herbs. Syrup, ointment, and herbs. Syrup, ointment, and herbs. Do people say herbs or herbs? Like they'll actually say the H word. I've seen so many people say herbs. But I don't know how people actually say it. Did they say it like herbs? Herbs? These bitches are recovering. Herbs. You got to get some herbs. I can close these doors if they're done. Right, that happened right in front of my eyes. Oh, frick. Okay, no, I can't do anything now. My sanity's low. It's waiting for one now. Okay. Do you have chocolate? Yes, they do. I need that. Yeah, let's make them. What's up, guys? They are normally. Okay. Oh. They're a visitor? They're not. The discharge logs. Oh. Green dog. Okay. No green dog. Get away. You look normal. You should be normal. What? What did they want with you? What's up? Okay, I actually didn't know that Rathi would actually just hang out. Hold on. Sorry. Mushrooms. Nobody offers cheese. What's with you? You, buddy. Look at you. So silly. Oh, I need to treat more patients. Okay, I'll be the one here. You can just stay there. Well, I can give like the chocolate. Eye drops ointment. There. Eye drops ointment. Eye drops ointment. There. Oh! My goodness. Edit herbs. Medicine, never mind. What's the last one? Fuck. What? Fuck, oh my god. No, you're not in critical condition, you're fine. What the hell? Did you shit on yourself? Doing stuff. Cough syrup, meds, herbs. It's fine. It's too. Someone's here. They're fine now. What's here? Okay. Well, we are okay. We are not. Oh. Oh, I don't have 500. Never mind. No, I don't need 500. 7. Watch me do try to use the fire extinguisher on a skinwalker. On a skinwalker, I don't think that even helps anything. You just have to run away from it, no? Shit, sorry. Wait, did you check? Nope. Nope. Where do you use the key at? I actually don't know where you can use that. Did you try on the where the hospital, like the doctor guy went to? Remove the old fast last month. God, yap again. Hold on.
Should be breathing on the road now. A lot better speech only 60 to 90. Okay. We have
We haven't seen the anomalies where their eyes are like hollowed. Wow. Oh. No.
okay. You told me it was supposed to do this. They knew that it was.
Tablet. Oh! Were they actually in an anomaly? What happened? What the frick? How do you know? Ugh. How the frick do you actually know? What the hell? Are they tweaking the wrong way or something? What? The camera down. Yes. 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 Oh, he shouts. Sir, you can't just shit anywhere, dog. Okay, we got to treat the patients. Oh, frick. The mofo was looking at the camera? Oh, really? I actually didn't know. Good eye, good eye. I actually didn't notice that he was staring. Eye drops, herbs, medicine. Eye drops, herbs, med. Fishes, syrup, medicine. That is a syrup. This guy, dude. Oh my god. I'm actually gonna pump this guy, I swear. Damn, I can't watch nurse stuff. Dude, you can't just stare looking like that. You cannot just stand there looking like that. At least, like, open the door or something. Let me know that you're there. Faster computers. Fuck, I don't have money. You look so... I guess you look very happy just having that goddamn fucking taser in your hand. Bear Yamamoto. I once saw eyes staring at me from the ceiling. Alright. The doctor at the time panicked looking at it. It was gone. I knew it. It had to do something. It had to do something with like the eye drops. Let's have this first. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Nope. What? Wait, I don't want to use. Oh, I don't. I don't want one of these. Is it you, right? It's you, right? Yeah, it's you. That's him. Was that a walker? Oh fuck. Okay, we got to treat the patient. No, hold on. I'm scratching my goddamn feet. My foot. Huh? Oh. IV drops. Oh. Oh! they just... Oh, why does it keep closing?
She had stolen insurance card.
I think this is the last guy we have to like treat. Yeah. How's our... Good. Just cut? Yeah, take this guy. Take him away, please. Thank you. Oh my goodness. No. Do we not have... Okay, everything's sold out in there. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, yo. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Man, I cannot wait for tomorrow, dude. For for Love and Deep Space. Are you tweaking? Oh! Give me a second, there's a ghostly presence in the area. Hmm. Yeah. It's a I'm for love, I never felt it. I'm hungry for love, na na na. I'm for you, show love to risk it. And love you, you got me. I'm for love, I'm for love, I'm for love, I love. What's the kind of love I feel sweat on it? You just want to hug Smish? I don't want his hug. I don't want it. Then go F off. Your space, your space. Adrenaline. Hello, Welder Refined. Hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Why are you just standing it like that? Room 5? What's for room 5? Ooh, that's not good. What's the name of that girl then? Rath. If the guy's name is Rathio, what would the girl's name would be? Rat. She was starting a death room route. And fuck yeah, right. Every time I feel a spell on me. Love, I never felt it. I'm for love, I'm for love, I love it. Baby, like a killer for a spell on me. Your love is like a spell on me. I'm out for love, I never felt it. I'm out for love, I'm out for love. Retina. Right. Is it actually Retina? Yeah, we have a. Every time it is at 15, I can stop. Okay. Yeah, I was planning on stopping at 15 too. If Rathy got a kid, would it be Ratatouille? Maybe. Me, I'm howling for love. I never felt it. I'm howling for love. Like an enemy. Yo, give me that gun. Oh, frick, I don't have money. It was so funny if we had the gun. Oh, god damn it, dude. Oh, they really don't wanna make me have fun, do they? Literally, Canadians need maple syrup for some fucking reason. By the way, you're different than all I've seen. As I see. That rat was my office one. Check the experiment reports I wasn't supposed to see. Did me a favor, honestly. The developer probably has like something against the Canadians. Like, why is it like a part of it? Maybe later you should try the hybrid cafe. Oh, maybe I should actually. That would be interesting. You pull it out, put it out, put it out! Fuck. Hades, come on! Oh shit! Oh well. It's still outside. Oh dude, this is like a... This is a mess. I'm howling for love, I never felt it. I'm howling for love, for an enemy. Howling for love. Yeah, you think that it's for a smile. Oh, I think it's for me.
You should get more. Scalpel is here.
I'm NPC one unheard of because on Arizona I was with big but they got run and by the car. so far we only have one death. And that one death was because I accidentally gave the wrong medicine to it. Okay, I wanna try this.
If I want you to sit down, that's what people say when they want to tell you something.
Oh. Mine was because it was actually this run. That was the only death we have because I was treating this patient. I didn't know Hades already gave the other medicine, and I gave the same medicine and he died. Ointment and maybe.
You want me to use a relationship in our history? The trick. Yes, please.
Oh my god, there's so many of them actually. It's not worth it to put eye drops on maybe. It's just fine. Did you buy a gun? Did you buy a gun? Okay. Oh, it's gone. What the... I think that's the last patient. Oh, fuck. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Wilderfied. Can I just end it? No! No, no, no! Let's treat him one more time, come on. Does he need thermal? Okay, I'll give him thermal herbs. You give him cough syrup. Right, right, okay. Do not shoot any of them, dog. What room is fu- Where are the crit? There's like 2 of them. Where the fuck is the other one? What the heck? Fuck. 8, 8, 8, 7, 8. God damn it, dude, he's gonna die! Herbs. Ointment. Herbs, ointment. Herbs. Oh, and he died. Oh, I need to. Oh god. I'm gonna die! On my tombstone. Yeah, I see that I'm feeling down because it's really hard harder. Imagination got me going back, bro. That's a simulation. Me in this right, bro.
Okay, again, stupid, 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 stupid. Okay? Sometimes when people are told they are dying, they do stupid things. Sometimes people around them do stupid things. So I'm told the time that you're dying, right?
I don't do little taking the feeding, this so defeated, chasing, look so deceiving, fucking knew me, young, imagination, got me coming back. Simulation, got me ambition, bro. Honestly, okay. I just like a umbrella prefer in your finger. Make you feel like illness just because of all your hair. Say me, don't tell me like crazy. How much you fucking hate me. Ah! Oh my god. I gave him a gun? I can't work. I have like 4% like sanity, dude. I'm gonna die. Oh. Okay, I think we should end it here for this game. We did so poor. We have one. No more. No more. Get me the fuck out of here. How do you not get tased? Hello? Oh wait, I don't think I can tase. Can I? I should have. Wait, what if we tase him? Oh, I can't tase him. Okay, I have enough. I had enough. I had enough of this goddamn game. Wait. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not gonna end streaming because I do want to draw for a bit. Hold on, let me change it. Let me change this one first before I imagine watching your caretakers do this, dude. Imagine, dude. Also, thank you so much for the hydrate. How are you? How? Hello. I always see you Raggy whenever I open stream. Yes. I'm back. Welcome back. Verified. Hold on. I'll be so real with you. I need to like go to the bathroom real quick. I need it. Hold on. Ba't nakataas pa mo? Ito man, totoong Filipino, bro. Yan mo. Wahahaha. Wait lang. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Now how I did. Okay, hold on. Wait. How do I Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Sorry that took a long time to deal with something. How do I remove this again? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Um, I got a new class. What class? What class did you get? The secretary? Oh, I hadn't heard that. I'm trying to hold on. How do I get my tablet again? Alt enter. Ah, there you go. One sanity per check-in. Oh, actually, that's good. Okay. I should move. Right. Okay. What the hell? What am I doing there? What the hell? Oh, there we go. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she precious? This is one thing you want. I give a fuck for what we do. Isn't she beautiful? Isn't she precious? I would fall above you. Isn't she beautiful? Okay. My pen. Where's my pen? What the hell? I need a really good, like, well, asset kind of stuff.
There was there all along. Except from an ID. You will provide. You have a local way. Yeah. On the 5 days a week, 6 weeks. And then first I have how much I was about we call it and recording saves lives. Safe for the things you had. No, I made a mistake. Shall I understand that? The doctor had told me this. And do you remember that the doctor asked me to make me better? Promised to be fixed. You can't give I was not every time.
So the stream outro BGM. It has always been my, that has always been my BGM. What do you mean? You just want me gone, is that it? Smush, smush, dog. Wait.
Exceeded my expectations in terms of expertise and technical execution. Communication skills sorely lacking. That has to change if you want to stay here as a He told me I exceeded expectations. Right. Sounds pretty sure. I think we should have gone to your review. This is my last day. Dr. Andrews has the wisdom that you could use in Denver next job. I did share last day. I'd say about you. How many are it's actually a great diagnosis. What about the fix? Isn't it just a transplant? Nope. Nothing in here. This part is needs a little bit of help. Got it. Got it. Nice. Would you rather we side discussing things with issues that are potentially sensitive? Did Andrew happen to speak to you about communication? Yes. I'm trying very hard. Dr. Glassman is still around.
Oh my god, dude. Mhm.
No, that would be stupid. I don't know about double board certified. I can't help emotionally. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. So, we have parents surgery ready. So, we have
God, I can't. Sorry.
No, very bad.
Hi, Brea.
It's very bad.
Oh, tough. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Ugh, I don't know if they're gonna hear. No. Looy, Gabriel, Arch.
Much more might be the
Ah. All this shit just to log into Pinterest.
Jared and I had us over.
Just wait. Hold on. Oh, I'm not gonna buy that. Fucking finally, dude. I finally logged into my Pinterest after that. My god. Alright, it's time to find something, some reference. He just wants a hug. He just wanted a hug, SMH. Who? Who wanted a hug? What's a hello to Sojourn? Sojourn! Why are you copying chat? What the hell? Dude is doing anything for that streak. Dude's doing anything for that streak, dog. Miss Maddie, why is everyone calling me Miss Maddie? Just call me Maddie. I'm doing good. How are you, Sojourn? Oh my god. Where are the glasses? Should I just remove the glasses? Hold on. How do I remove the glasses? Oh, that's not. Oh, there we go. I'm high for love, I never felt it. I'm high for love. To mom? What? Why am I a mom now? I need to go near.
still trying to look for further potential somewhere else. I think one day you're going to be very happy.
What's this? Oh, it's okay. Dude, I'm like brainstorming right now as to what to draw, but I literally have nothing.
Seriously. By going to that's this there. The fact that it's not this thing that is facing. This is death children. So we think about it. By separation yourself from pieces. It does. Usually. I'm going to finish my chapter.
Let's use this one.
How's everything?
Wait, Sorjan, are you gonna be there for tomorrow? For that watch along? Nor.
Sure, this is the chance for that profit. Eric can always just put stuff on it.
4:30 a.m. is a bit early for. Wait, it's 4:30 for you? Oh, never mind. To watch from the audience, man.
Sitting around. No, I told Jared that I wanted to read my book. He kept saying that I should just be there with you.
I do need a lot more info for Valko. Yeah. Dude, I was geeking the fuck out for the Valko yesterday. Like literally when I saw the video, I wasn't supposed to stream as earlier than that, but I was like, no, I can't react to this video on stream. And like, why is his song so banger too? Like, who gave him the rights? I never felt it inside the Lord, and everything's but a stomach. You guys wanna? I wanna watch something from Rotten Mango. Gonna be some crazy shit, but like you know.
Disintegration. Thought he had schizophrenia, but he does not. He has a brain tumor.
Another DATC turned out to be a merch plug. I was so sad, but like the merch plug has like some kind of like interesting storyline too. So yeah.
Is that your important question?
Okay, let's try listening to Rotten Mango. Dude, oh my god, it was so funny because like yesterday, uh, like yesterday, I was in the car with like other people and Tofu like in her server because he was like playing like Arc Knights in her server and I joined. Literally, like they were doing jokes and stuff, you know, and they were doing some jokes, and I wanted to use my, you know, my British accent joke shit. It just so happened that there's like two Brits in the car, and one of them was the same Brit that I made a joke around that I actually didn't know that they were a Brit up until like Tofu mentioned that like, oh, they're British. I was like, ah. It was during Second Lifetime, but I was like, I literally told in this VC like I was like I need to hold myself back before I'm gonna do something because there's a Brit and it was frick, dude. It was Wolf. It was Wolf who was like in there, and he was like, there's not only one Brit, there's two Brits in here," and I'm like,
And you say that
"There's two Brits in here." I'm like, "This can't be," and then he was like, "It's fine, like it's okay. We don't like the." We don't like the Brits either way. I'm like, oh, that's amazing. I guess I don't know. I was like, oh gosh, this can't be. Yeah, we're gonna watch this one. This is some crazy like rot mango rotamac. Damn it, that's when you call me and I make fun of their beans and toast and crooked teeth. Nah, I would have been just like doing that bit again with like the British or something.
you clearly did not need to use that stall. You could have just waited for a different one, and someone else was waiting for that one. If you ever do that, I mean, don't do that. But if you do, that is a moment that would require deep self-reflection
This is some
as you
crazy
awkwardly
shit, by
wash
the
your
way.
hands
Hold
in
on.
shame. It's almost automatic, I would hope. Another one of those places is sitting in the back of
This
a
is just
police
like
car
the
with your hands
equivalent
behind
of
your
like
back.
those
Clearly, you're not getting a free ride.
um
This is far less comfortable than the
John
worst
Walker.
Uber ride that you've ever been on. And Isabel, she looks freaking uncomfortable. Isabel is sitting there and she's sitting up with her back is straight up against the back seat of this police car. She's not even sitting up straight because she wants to be on her best behavior.
Oh, by the way, this story, I don't know if she's gonna mention it in the video. If anyone's interested in the video or just interested in the art, but I don't care. I'm just gonna yap about this one. These two teenagers are basically like I think they attempted to kill somebody. Like they attempted to kill like their classmate and stuff. And when they got caught, I don't know if they did kill somebody or they just attempted to do it. But when they got caught, they were just like laughing and stuff in the back seat of the police car, and like it's because they were idolizing this killer, and you know like those people who like has like a crush on the killer or something, and then like something like that, and it's like yeah, these are the two teenage girls. That's basically my understanding, but yeah, maybe she'll explain what's going on.
Which would be smart. But Isabel, you're gonna soon find out she's not that smart. But because her wrists are handcuffed behind her back, she can't even slouch if she wants to. She's wearing this white t-shirt, she's got very curly hair, and she almost has this very young baby face. And she looks bored. She's sitting on the left side of the back of the cop car. The back door to the right side opens. And she just casually looks over. She's not on high alert. She's not anxious. She's not looking around frantically. And she just leans her head to the side. Excuse me? Are we going to the same one?
Excuse me? Are we gonna be in the same one?
We don't really see him, but you can assume it's a police officer. And he's clarifying. What do you mean, same one? Same jail? Yeah, you are.
What do you mean, same one?
Same jail?
Another girl starts sitting in the back seat of the same police car, and she's got bright red hair. She's wearing a tiny little tank top, and she also has her hands handcuffed behind her back. And both of them instantly, the minute that the red-haired girl, her butt touches the bottom of the seat, they look at each other and they start giggling. They're like, yeah, and they just start cackling. They're looking at each other like, we're about to be in the same jail. 15-year-old Isabel Valdez and 14-year-old Lois Lippert are sitting next to each other in the back of this police car, and for the next 30 minutes, I mean, I don't know how they're gonna come back from the next 30 minutes. This is immediately after both of them are arrested on their high school campus, Lake Brantley High School in Florida, where they were planning to kill a classmate in one of the school bathrooms. Lois says, dude, they pulled the security cameras and stuff, and they got to see us walking out. I know, they saw.
Dude, they pulled up the security cameras and stuff, and they got to see us walking out.
saw.
Yeah.
Mind you, the police are in the front driving, so they're not alone in the backseat of the police car, which even then, they should know that they're being recorded. Lois is like, yeah, that was the first time I actually seen, like, I wanted to see more. I was like, whoa, look, I'm on the cameras there. It was so cool. I was like, damn, I forgot that there's just like videos like that.
That was the first time I've ever seen it. I wanted to see so much more. I was like, whoa, look, I'm on the cameras there. It was so cool. I was like, damn, I forget that there's just like videos.
Yeah.
Later, Lois, the red-haired girl, looks at Isabel, and she has this moment and this look in her eyes, and she goes, this is such a bonding experience. I love it.
This is such a bonding experience. I love this.
This is, I mean, it's like back to back, all 30 minutes. We're going to go through all 30 minutes, but it gets really intense. At one point, Lois is trying to get a glimpse of her reflection, and she's trying to see what she looks like right now. Isabel glances over.
Who, you trying to look good for your mugshot?
Oh shit, am I gonna get a mugshot?
What, we're going to jail? What do you think?
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Dude, I was gonna do my makeup this morning for the mugshot, but I couldn't find anything.
I'm glad I don't actually look too bad today.
Isabel rests her head on the back of the little headrest in the back seat, and she's complaining.
I look horrible. It's over.
And don't worry, you don't need to, don't worry, you're the butch. It doesn't matter if you look
Hey, at least
Yeah,
they're
I
gonna
could
see.
say,
They were gonna see me some way or another in the mugshot.
And later, Lois brings up,
I think I'll be able to fix my hair, or you think I'll be in prison handcuffs for this
Yeah,
one.
still handcuffs.
Really? But don't you gotta put up like that number thing?
I think that's only it shows. So stupid.
and they talk about how they're so glad that at least red-haired girl Lois, her hair looks good and she dyed it before this incident. And at some point, Isabel and Lois, they start talking about how they're gonna get out of jail sooner than later because, quote, not a school shooting at least. Yeah, we'd be in prison for life. Yeah.
Not a school shooting, at least.
We'd be in prison for life.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of this was not that they were going to shoot up their school. No, the whole point was they were going to kill their classmate to bring a school shooter back from the dead.
Two teens
See,
arrested
they're so
after an
fucking
alleged
idiotic.
plan to kill their classmate.
This is the case of 15-year-old Isabel Valdez and 14-year-old Lois Lippert.
Sasabak sa traffic?
Damn it, dude, I don't
Mentos
have...
muna!
Literally, I don't know if you guys have seen this one. This was like real high up there. Let's just put it down here, maybe?
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Sandy Hook Promise, a national nonprofit founded by loved ones of victims who were killed at Sandy Hook Elementary. Their mission is to take action in schools, homes, communities, all in an effort to help prevent gun violence and further losses of life. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's episode discusses in-depth, severe eating disorders, as well as multiple instances of gun violence in schools. Additionally, on a smaller note, there are lots of mentions. We don't dive too deep into the rabbit hole, but we do touch heavily upon controversial topics of certain online forums and sub-communities that glorify school shooters and mass killers. And all of the opinions expressed represent netizen comments that are publicly available online, and we're only sharing them in an effort to provide context to this case. In no way does this represent any of our own beliefs. In addition to the mention of severe eating disorders, there's also discussion of other mental health conditions. The people involved in today's case do not represent these communities, and this episode is not a generalization of any of these conditions. Today's case is also still ongoing with many updates, and if there are any major ones, especially with the trial upcoming, we're going to pin them in the comment below. Lastly, quotes may be condensed or combined for brevity, and with that being said, let's get into it. You can't just resurrect someone. On top of that, the mere definition of resurrection is too vague. The definition of resurrection could also be changed based on who you talk to, what they believe in. But interestingly enough, resurrections are pretty much in every recorded religion, culture. Apparently, it is a story that humans love, bringing someone back from the dead. But there's also different types of resurrections. You have a resurrection proper. This is when the soul comes back to the original body. Literally, somebody dies, they come back to life. This is not a near-death experience, like, oh, I almost died. I redlined, I was code red. No, you were dead, and then you come back to life in the original body. You have been resurrected. The second one is a bit more aligned with reincarnations, which is a soul comes back, but in a different or new body. Now, I will say a lot of people believe that you can come back in a new human body, that you were born again with a new life. But some people, a small group of people, believe that you can actually come back through a body that is not new.
That's true.
This is where all the fantasy horror movies come into play. They take heavy inspiration from having someone take over another person's body and be able to control their human form. Then there's resurrection to deification. Obviously, that's not applicable to today's case, but you pass as a human, you die as a human, but you are now raised to divine status. Sometimes you can bypass the death part and become a god of some sort, but usually there is a dying, whether it's symbolic or literal. But clearly we're not talking about deification or religious resurrections. I would not be well versed enough to touch on that even in the slightest, nor do I think it's my place. However, the point being, humans love a good story of resurrections. It's like embedded into so many of our stories. So much so that even if you're not religious, probably the idea of digging someone up from their final resting place feels uneasy. Because most people have a belief that there is a soul, and that soul is going to be at unrest if you dig them up. And if there's a soul out there, then aren't you just one step away from trying to bring that soul back into a human form? Which is not me saying that resurrections are real and that they're feasible. I tend to think the opposite. Even if I were a billionaire, I wouldn't be a cryo chamber buddy with Walt Disney, because just like everyone else that is prone to common sense, I feel that I am skeptical of modern day resurrections and immortality messaging. 15-year-old Isabel Valdez, 14-year-old Lois Lippert, they're not. They want to resurrect someone from the dead by offering up one of their classmates in return, by performing what they called a blood oath. I do want to preface this all by saying I strongly believe that Isabel and Lois are both plagued by the incurable disease that is stupidity. Nothing they do or think makes any sense at all. They are the type of individuals that make you want to actively fight overpopulation. Not only are they stupid and reckless, they are very aggressive with it. It's an aggressive IQ problem. I think they wanted to resurrect someone with a blood oath, not because they know what either of those two things mean. Not that that would even change anything, but they strike me as the type of people that feel like it sounds edgy, so they're gonna do it. Isabel and Lois, their combined lack of thought as they move through life could be almost a tad bit silly had their actions not been so destructive. But their whole idea, according to the police reports, is this: it's all gonna happen after second period. That's when they're gonna kill their classmate. Now, the identity of the 15-year-old boy has been thankfully concealed. I'm just gonna use the name John for John Doe. No relation to this case, just John to make it simple instead of saying redacted every 2 seconds. According to the court documents, the plan is this: Isabel is going to the upstairs bathroom after second period. That's where she's gonna wait for John to pass. And she knows that John is gonna pass because she's been stalking John for the past 3 months of her life. Every day at school, she knows what route he takes, what hallways he takes, which classes he has. She's gonna wait for John, and when he walks by, which he always does, she's gonna pull him inside to the bathroom, drag him into the largest stall, and quote, Isabel stated she would then stab him in the stomach or cut his throat. She even brought a knife with her, a kitchen knife. The police ask her, describe the knife to me. It's just a regular kitchen knife. This is Isabel responding. It's just a regular kitchen knife. How big is the knife? About 12 inches long. She had already tried sharpening the knife earlier that morning in school. So before second period, she's already trying to sharpen the knife. That's one of the first things that she does when she gets to school Friday morning, January 23rd, 2026. So this is like very recent. She tries sharpening the knife. The police are asking her, how were you trying to sharpen the knife? I tried to saw it back and forth on the toilet seat to sharpen it. So she's in one of the bathroom stalls, just playing the violin with a knife and a toilet seat. Her friend Lois is helping her, trying to sharpen this knife. It's not working on the toilet seat. So they try, you know, those metal railings that make it easier for you to get up that you hold on to in bathrooms? They're trying to use the metal railing to
Really
sharpen
not
the
that
knife.
bright, huh?
No. Lois even brought additional supplies. Isabel brought Clorox wipes, a trash bag, a knife, a yellow microfiber towel. They're like, why'd you need the microfiber towel? Well, in case I needed to muffle him, to cover his mouth. Lois, red-haired girl Lois, what'd you bring? She brought a chocolate bar, Dr. Pepper, gloves, cigarettes, a lighter, and some flowers. The police are like, what are
Cooking flowers?
No, like floral.
Oh.
What were the flowers for? Isabel tells the officers that she wanted to leave the flowers for John's funeral. Okay, what about the cigarettes? Why did you ask Lois to bring you cigarettes? Isabel says that she wanted to smoke the 2 cigarettes after killing John because she knew that she would be arrested, so she wanted to smoke before going to jail. Now, side note, she's not even a smoker. She just wants to smoke because she's never smoked before and she knew that she was going to get arrested, so what better time than now to smoke a cigarette? But why John? Like, we know that Isabel has this plan to resurrect a school attacker via a blood oath, aka first-degree murder. She just has a plan to kill an innocent classmate. That's all she has. But why John? John and Isabel have 0 interactions. They have 0 conflicts, conversations. John doesn't even know that Isabel exists, really. But Isabel says it's because John looks just like Adam Lanza, the Sandy Hook shooter.
Oh my god.
The one that
he
she's
looks
trying to
annoying.
resurrect. Her quote, soulmate. Very early in the morning of January 23rd, 2026, so that's the Friday morning, there's this website called Fortify Florida, where students can submit tips of anything dangerous that's being planned or happening in schools. It's completely anonymous, so you don't feel like a snitch. It's supposed to get forwarded to the appropriate administrators, to the police, and this anonymous tip comes in Friday morning before class starts.
Lutang kami pagtanghali, boss.
Coffee.
Try this! Coffee ko brown. Saktong timpla ng
I like
kape,
that.
milk, at brown sugar. Kaya sarap, pampaap! Coffee ko brown. Saktong timpla na may sarap, pampaap. Coffee ko brown. Sarap, pampaap!
A 15-year-old friend of mine who is trans with a preferred name of Jimmy told me that he's gonna kill somebody we know from school by the name of Redacted, John. Which, side note, we always use preferred names and pronouns on this channel, and while it does appear that Isabel would go by the name of Jimmy with some of her classmates, she seems to only mention going by Jimmy and being a trans boy to the police when it feels a little bit convenient. It almost feels like an effort to distance herself from the crime, coupled with the fact that the judge, prosecutors, mainstream media outlets, police, they've all been referring to Isabel with she, her pronouns and her name, Isabel, without any further clarification from Isabel. So Isabel even writes letters to the judge using Isabel Valdez. And also, side note, Isabel pretended to be an advocate against gun violence and supported Sandy Hook support groups on Facebook. So she just strikes me as a rage baiter and a troll.
my
So for
God.
that reason, we're just going to be referring to her as Isabel for the time being. But this tip comes in. A 15-year-old friend of mine who is trans with the preferred name of Jimmy told me that he's going to kill somebody we know from school by the name of John. He stated that he would do it tomorrow. Okay, this is like middle of the night. It's basically Friday, but I would assume that
Thursday
this kid
night.
didn't go to sleep, right? This conversation happened just a couple of hours ago. I have a great suspicion that he's going to do this. He's already been recently involved with police officers at school about threats that we've been getting towards our school. He knows the people who have made the threats, and the cops are also aware of this. He also told me earlier today that the cops had confiscated his phone as they got another threat, which apparently was one of the reasons why he wants to do something like this. I'm not sure about Jimmy's legal name since I never call him by his legal name, but by memory, it might be Isabel. A few hours later, Isabel and Lois are in the back of the police car giggling about going to the same jail, and Isabel starts getting giddy at this idea because she had last night told one of her guy friends about this whole ordeal that she was planning, and she's so excited at the idea that the police are also going to search his phone and he's going to get in trouble because he never reported any of this.
I know the answer for his phone passcode.
Wait, they went through his phone?
No, they're going to go through his phone.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yes, I told him he knew. He didn't report me. I told him already.
So
So
she's
she
like,
doesn't know someone ratted her out.
no, she's telling Lois, red-haired girl Lois, oh my God. Lois is just giggling. I don't know what's so funny. I told him. He knew. He didn't report me. I told him already. Lois is like, I thought he did a tip. He did a tip? Yeah, there was a tip shown. Did you not see? Someone tipped. He fucking snitched.
He did a tip?
There was a tip shown. Did you not see it? Someone tipped.
He fucking snitched.
Lois clarifies it was an anonymous tip, but I was just assuming based off the writing.
Oh my fucking god. God, I knew I shouldn't have told him. Because he was like, oh, can you please tell me I can't sleep tonight? Fuck you! God!
This is when she finds out that someone tipped off the police. And Lois is clarifying,
Yeah, I got shown the tip and it was like, my friend, 15-year-old, named, he goes by Jimmy, is planning to kill some dude. Yeah, and it was like, I don't really remember their real name, but I think it was Isabel. Yeah, it was spelled wrong too.
and Isabel is just having this whole conniption. God, what a fucking snitch! And she's looking out the window as the police are driving past trees, and she's just muttering to herself, so stupid.
God! She's such a fucking snitch. So stupid.
And in the time that they should be contemplating their own existence and their attempted murder charges, Lois mentions her masterful genius plan. She turns to Isabel.
Dude, if I have to be in a room where they have to like record me or some shit, I'm going to pull out my tits so that I'd CP. That's what I was thinking. Like, if they would have to start doing that instead of just doing
They're
like
so,
the
dude, they're
audio
so
recording, I was
stupid.
like, I'm gonna pull it.
Do
They
they
both
not
seem to
realize
silently agree
you
that this
know,
is a
like
phenomenal
driver of the
idea.
police as well?
And during a brief moment of quiet in the car, Isabel turns to Lois and she says, hey, let's roleplay some Columbine stuff.
What?
And she says, wait, so who's Eric? Red-haired Lois responds, well, I'll probably be Eric because Eric obviously gets it in the ass.
Hey, let's roleplay some Columbine stuff. Hey!
Yeah.
Wait, who's Eric?
Well, obviously, I'll probably be Eric because Eric obviously gets it up the ass.
Okay.
So Lois, red-haired Lois, is going to roleplay Eric, one of the Columbine shooters, and Isabel is going to be Dylan, another one of the Columbine shooters. Isabel starts doing this unsettling but also very bizarre role-playing session in the car, and mind you, there's still 2 police officers in the front. Isabel says,
Hey, Eric.
Oh, fuck off, Cleveland.
Hey, kitty, please talk to me.
You probably don't even know about KFMDM.
which, side note, KMFDM is a German industrial rock band that Eric was a huge fan of, and it's almost become...
Oh my god, there's no fucking way. Oh, I'm just gonna mention it later. Oh my gosh.
unfortunately for the band, synonymous with this weird...
What the frick? What the frick? What the frick? Hello? Hello, Che. Hello, thank you so much for the raid. Hello. How was the games? Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone who's in, what do you call this? Che's, channel. For those who are new here, hi, my name is Fanny Ragnuses. I am a Cyberdragon vampire VTuber, and I'm currently drawing. I'm just trying to find some references or like aka templates to what I'd like to draw on, and we're watching this Rotten Mango documentary thing. So yeah, how was the games, Trey? Hello, Babu. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi, Raiders. You're just saying hi to yourself. Hello, Jay. Hope the games went well. It's quite alright. That's good. That's good. Outlaws? Outlaws? Story good as always? That's great. That's great. Yeah, I'm just drawing Outlast. Oh my god. Ah, I miss Outlast so much. I wanna play. No, I'm just drawing. I'm just drawing right now. Well, I'm not drawing right now. I'm just trying to find some templates to draw over while she wants to play. Do you have Outlast? You got to play with me. If proper convincing. How can I convince you? You can play with me. Wait, I can show you like a gameplay if you're down. When I'm after my stream at least. You got to play with me. Please. It's so fun and like the trials would be so interesting and they're really good and I can guide you. Oh, is that the line? Hey, hello, Leon. So fun, yes, yes, yes. Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you. Yeah, it's not scary. It's not scary. It's not scary at all. It's just very challenging, and I think that you know, conquering challenges is your greatest suit. JD, my babu. I think that's your greatest suit. Oh, nice poster you have career there. I'm trying to find some references right now. I'm trying to find some references. How are you, Leon? How are you? And also I think you'll like the characters in Outlast Trials, and I think it's gonna be really fun for you. And you have me and I think Braille to play with you. You know? Yes, yes. I don't know if you like really crazy fucking crazy characters, but I feel like you would like Coil, Lalard, Laland. Yes, yes. Doing good, good. Just finished POE 2. How are you? How you all? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yes. You got to join us. You got to join. Please, I'm on my knee. I'm on my knees. A coil land. Okay, hold on. I'll show it to you since I have my screen open, basically. Well, Outlast Trials. Yes. Look at him. Look. Do you like these? Or maybe you like. Oh, maybe you like Mother Goose. Mother Gooseberry. Maybe. Wow. Look at. Whoa. Okay, I like Mother Goose as well. Hold on. Mother Gooseberry. Is it this one? Oh, that's. Well, this is the character, Mother Goose. I promise you will like it. You will have fun. Yes. Look at this one too. She has like really great design. This is Liliana. Lilia. This is Lilia. Yeah. She's like a recent. I say recent. It's like 1 month ago, but like yeah, she's a recent. She's a recent release character alongside the um the Crust twins. You got to join us, please. She said she needs more context of the gameplay. Help me. Okay, so in the game, you'll be going through trailers? The game is like that by trailers? Nah, it's like you have to go through trials basically, of course, and you have to finish like you have to like do like certain tasks and stuff, and you have to avoid enemies and stuff, and you have items and rigs to help you go through the trials, and then you'll be able to finish the game when you finish everything yeah, basically like that. And then you can, whenever you do a certain amount of trials and then they give you these tokens, rebirth tokens, you can basically well, quote unquote, rebirth, and you will be able to act as another reagent, aka a player, to basically help you go through like that. Yeah. Basically it's like level up some kind of shit, but yeah. It's fun. It's fun. And each trials have like different themes and stuff, and different tasks you have to do, and different like uh, different what do you call this, mechanics. And I think you starting today will be will be good, because like everyone's like suspecting that there might be a new update, like there might be a new trial and new characters and stuff, so it'll be a good time for you to join us to the Outlast trials, please. And plus you can play with me and Braille, but mainly me. I feel like you love me more than Braille. Please, you got to get the game. You got to. I beg, I beg. If you get the game, I'll promise you I will hang out and play the game with you every time you play game. Yes, I beg, I beg. This is the only time I'm be begging, dude. Mm. Oh my god, let's go. Down the rabbit hole you go. So possible collab. Yes, yes. Oh, I'll be your guide. Your guiding. I'll be your guide, basically. Let's go. Yes. Hey. Let's go, let's go. One down. One Mexican down. Let's go. Let me lurk for a bit, Babu. Okay, have fun lurking. So I told you, bro. I'm a very, very, very good. Like, I'm very good at convincing people. You know. Trust, trust, trust. Okay. I think I found. I think I found a.
Glorifying school attacker aesthetic. People who don't even like KMFDM music will purchase KMFDM shirts to wear because they think they're in the aesthetic of Eric and Dylan. I don't know what aesthetic that is. Dead. Okay, but Isabel is like, yeah, I do. Flashes off my KMFDM shirt.
Yes I do. Flashes my KMFDM shirt off.
So she's like inserting the motions of role playing. She's like, yeah, I know the band. Flashes off my KMFDM shirt. Lois, aka Eric, turns to her and is like, whoa, you know about KMFDM? Yeah. I feel something in my pants. Ha 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 ha.
Whoa, you know about KFFDM?
Yes.
I feel something in my pants.
Isabel says, hey, what if I have my Jewish babies inside of you? I hate insert derogatory term for Jewish people. No. What's wrong with you, Eric? Please, please, please. Okay, fine. And Isabel hits her with a, sticks it up your butt.
Hey, what if you have my Jewish babies inside you?
I hate Jews, no!
What's wrong with you, Eric? Please, please.
Okay, fine. I feel like Jewish nose with me.
Sticks it up your butt.
And then at some point, Isabel gets distracted mid-role play, gets distracted looking out the window and goes, hey, my sister goes to therapy over there.
Hey, my sister goes to therapy over here.
I'm so lost right now.
Let me give you some context. There is a small but very scary group of people on the internet that idolize the Columbine shooters, Eric and Dylan. Basically, they call themselves Columbiners, and they will make fan edits of Dylan and Eric with sad songs and captions like, good night, R.I.P. my babies. And they're not saying R.I.P. to all the victims whose lives were lost during the Columbine attack. They're saying R.I.P. my babies to Dylan and Eric. They're called Columbiners, and they obsess over making edits of the dead killers with either Europop songs or pumped up kicks, and they tell others that Eric is the cuter one. It's very reminiscent of the Wade Wilson case, where people felt like they could save Wade Wilson just because, what, he's tall, he has cartoonish face tattoos, and has the same name as a Marvel character. It's so idiotic to the point where I don't even think that I can describe in a way that would do it justice how dumb this whole thing is. He also killed 2 people, Wade Wilson, so stop the nonsense. Columbiners are consistently one of the groups that get booted from practically every social media platform because they're Columbiners. And the Columbine tragedy has sadly become this entry point for people to start romanticizing and resonating with mass killers. One netizen points out, Columbine is constantly portrayed as the ultimate archetype of outcast, getting revenge against society. Therefore, disenfranchised edgelords start viewing the shooters as inspiration. In reality, Eric and Dylan were just assholes with very, very hateful mentalities. It's created this very alarming subculture of people who most likely post gore in their discords. Like, that's kind of the general subgroup that we're talking about, subculture. Now, side note, even the idea that the 2 killers were bullied, I mean, first of all, that's hardly any sort of justification or sympathy point. So many people have been bullied. They don't go on to kill innocent people, but even that has been highly debated. Many say that they were bullied, but also they went on to bully others. Others say that they were barely bullied. They just used it as a reason to hate humankind. And then most people agree that if they were bullied, they were not bullied any worse than how they bullied others even before the killings. So I understand that there might be a want to understand what was happening in the minds of these 2 killers, but it's very alarming to relate more to the killers than to the victims just because the killers were rejected by society. No, felt they were rejected by society. Dylan and Eric, and the only reason that I'm talking even slightly in depth about either of them is because it's pretty pertinent to this case. But Dylan and Eric, they left behind what is now referred to as the basement tapes. They documented their process on planning the entire attack on their school. They have thankfully, these basement tapes in its entirety, thankfully have not been released to the public. There has been a lot of pushback over the years. A lot of people want these basement tapes to be released so that they can armchair psychoanalyze the actions of the 2 killers, stating that it would give the general public a better understanding of why the killers did what they did. And I personally don't think that they should ever be released. I think it would just give Columbiners more materials for their weird edits and spawn even more copycats and further traumatized victims and their families. And that is if they even still have the basement tapes. From what I understand, Jefferson County Sheriff's Department has destroyed the basement tapes years ago. I do think that perhaps federal agencies could hold copies, but I'm not entirely sure. But all of this leads to the Columbiner fandom. There is an overlap with another fandom. And the fact that I'm calling it a fandom makes me want to pull my hair out. The dumbass Columbiners, there's a bit of an overlap to a fandom that is obsessed with this indie film called 0 Day. It's a found footage style film, and it opens with two guys. They're vlogging. So the whole time it's like a vlog, an extended vlog. The last few minutes there's CCTV footage, but most of it is a vlog. And they're vlogging in front of a school saying, this is our high school located in our town. It's our worst enemy. It's our nemesis. There will be a series of missions followed by a big ass mission called 0 Day. The movie is about two high school students, Calvin or Cal, and Andre, and they're going to be school shooters. It's very clearly inspired by Columbine. Even the two characters, it seems like Cal is based on Dylan and Andre being Eric. There is a lot of praise around the film centered around how real it felt, with movie clips often being mistaken for real footage from Columbine, which is conflicting. But people state that they watched the movie and they've become even more passionate about gun reform because it's left such an unsettling feeling in their hearts. I imagine that's the ultimate mission of the filmmakers. However, a lot of Columbiners have created a miserable subculture around 0 Day, the indie film as well. They would make fan art, fan edits. I mean, granted, it's a fictional movie, but it's so closely resembling the Columbine tragedy that I find it hard to understand how you can make fan edits of these two fictional characters and how you can become obsessed with them, especially when they're still school shooters at the end of the day, even in the fictional plot. Like, nobody watches Criminal Minds and starts making fan edits of one of the pedophiles depicted in this fictional show just because it's fictional. It's still unsettling. And again, this is not the group of people who felt like this movie was deeply touching in a sense of it was so startling, it was so poignant, and they fell in love with the actors, the individuals who depicted the characters. It's not that. These are fans who fixate on Cal and Andre as the school attackers. They don't care about the actors. They don't care about how the film made them feel. They just want to make fan edits of them. And it's primarily just offensive wannabe edgelord slop.
So you say the two girls wanted to bring back,
Adam Lanza, who's the Sandy Hook shooter.
so they just love every school shooters, is that right?
Yeah.
And that whole role playing, is that just like a thing they do, to like a game they commonly play?
It seems like it. It seems like this is how they talk on Discord, and a lot of people have categorized them as LARPers.
What's that?
It's like faker, like people trying to be edgy, but you're not actually edgy. But I would imagine that most people who idolize these killers are all LARPers, or primarily, because why are you idolizing them? It's just bizarre. Yeah. It's really weird because I think everyone dislikes Isabel Valdez and Lois Lippert, or it seems, generally speaking, most people dislike them because of what they've done. But weirdly, even in their community that they came from, where they glorify killers, they're getting hated on, because I went into the weird depths of the darkness on the internet, and they're getting hated on over there because they're little fucking faker LARPers. And I'm like, you guys are all weird. And within this niche of 0 Day fans, they have a group of people that like fan art and a group of people that will make fan art for these people. Artists who would draw fan art of Cal and Andre, and there was one that was somewhat well known on Tumblr by the name of Fox Fever. Fox Fever is Lois Lippert. She actually has an extensive portfolio of drawing 0 Day fan art, so the indie film fan art of Cal and Andre, loosely based off of Eric and Dylan.
So what exactly does she draw? Like,
she just draws she's okay. I'm just gonna try to describe some of her art. I'm gonna try to put some up in the video podcast, but it's pretty graphic. Some of them, she will draw them making out. I mean, she's objectively not a bad artist, but her depictions are quite dark. With Andre, he has blood dripping out of his mouth. He's stabbing his own stomach. Another shows Andre wearing a shirt that reads "Natural Selection," which is what one of the Columbine attackers wore. Another shows Cal going down on Andre. Another one of them is of them hugging, kissing, where both of their mouths are filled with blood. They're harming each other with knives and finding satisfaction from it. One, they're full on having intimate relations. And one where it appears that they are lovingly looking into each other's eyes while blood is spewing in the back, which you can kind of piece together that that might be taken from a moment of inspiration, perhaps, of how they were looking at each other while innocent lives are being taken by them.
Want your favorite? Craving that kare-kare sarap just like
I need to
mom's?
invest
Pure
on
Foods
a
ready to eat. Just
YouTube
heat.
premium.
Another one that depicts Cal and Andre dead on the ground, but that drawing is very reminiscent of the Columbine killer's death photo that has been circulating. Yeah. Fox Fever, Lois Lippert, would even animate her drawings. One shows Andre sitting there looking conflicted while Cal is screaming at him, "Why does it hurt to love you?" Andre responds, "I don't know." So it's really not that deep, but another drawing comes with the words, "You can't cure somebody who has nothing wrong with them." She also liked to draw Elliot Rogers, Jeffrey Dahmer, one of the Academy maniacs, which is a Russian killer. So again, just like wannabe edgelord slop. But 14-year-old Lois Lippert has also drawn very personal images of Isabel and John, the classmate that they were allegedly going to kill together. One drawing shows John sitting on the floor and his body language looks like he's backing away, trying to scoot away. And Isabel is holding on to him, caressing his face and telling him he looks like a porcelain doll.
How do we know who exactly she's drawing though?
Oh, because they tell the police.
Oh,
Yeah.
they explain their art?
Yeah. 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 And you can kind of tell the facial features. So Cal and Andre are drawn in a very specific way all the time. With John, there's slight discrepancies where it's sometimes hard to tell whether she's drawing Adam Lanza or John, but most of the time it's John, the actual student that they're trying to kill. Another drawing shows Isabel being hugged, and on one side it's Adam Lanza, and on the other side it's John, and they're both kissing her on the cheek and the head. Then there's another one of John with a rope. Another one shows Isabel holding John, and the caption reads, "Take your hands off my neck and hold on to the ghost of my body." They're just trying to be dark and introspective and poetic.
Isabel is the artist?
No.
No. Okay, so she is drawing her friend?
Yeah, Lois.
Not herself.
No, Lois Redhair is drawing Isabel with John, and Isabel is the one that wants to kill John. Lois is just kind of here for the ride. She's like, "I'll help you," essentially.
So she's
Allegedly.
not like drawing herself
No.
at all.
No.
Interesting. Okay.
So she's drawing Isabel, she's drawing John, and she does take a lot of requests. There was apparently a DM from people who had messaged Lois Lippert, red-haired girl, the artist previously, and were like, "Hey, can you draw this for me?" And she would say, "You have to go through Jimmy first," which is Isabel. So it seems like she does take requests. Then another one is Isabel holding a guy's face to her chest. It looks like John, and she's hugging him. He looks very alarmed and not excited to be there. It's just odd. Another one depicts Isabel holding up a very thin, frail John up against the wall, like holding him up in the air while she's admiring him. Others show Isabel reaching down there, doing things to John. Another shows her performing intimate acts on Adam Lanza. One of the alarming drawings shows Isabel and John dead on the ground. But the way they're laying on the ground, the clothing that they're wearing, the positioning of their bodies, where their arms are laying, it's basically, again, the Columbine shooter's death photo, because both self-exited in the library that day. It's a real photo, but it's drawn, and it's replaced with Isabel and John instead of Eric and Dylan. Back in the police car, Isabel turns to Lois, the artist, the red-haired girl. They also saw the drawings, the ones of Isabel and John, the student that they were trying to allegedly kill, right? And the ones of Isabel and Adam Lanza that Lois drew all of this for. And Lois doesn't even seem that alarmed. She just says,
They also saw the drawings.
Oh yeah, I told them about that. I told them like, yeah, I did some weird drawings. I didn't actually tell the full thing till like 10:30, I think.
Yeah, they made me tell everything that was in the drawings.
Oh, can you remind me of the drawings? Let me just know what they went through.
Dude.
Did they comment on it? They were like, "This is really good." Did they say anything?
Yeah, they said, "You're quite the artist," and I was like, "No, that's my friend Lois's."
once they settle back down from giggling, Isabel looks at Lois and she's like, "Dude, we were supposed to spread our story through around the TCC though."
What's TCC?
TCC is typically known as the true crime community, but this is not like, I know if you're watching this video, you're like, oh, I've never heard of TCC. There's a reason for it. We're not talking about the Redditors who are on Unsolved Mysteries, who are on 48 Hours, who are watching Dateline, going into rabbit holes. That's not what you typically refer to as TCC. TCC is more aligned with people who glorify mass murders, typically the ones that attack schools, to the point that it's almost synonymous with the Columbine community, which is basically Columbiners. To give you another example, I was falling into some weird rabbit holes. Like, they're the ones that are making, you know, the Vietnamese butcher case that we covered recently. They're making fan romantic edits of the killer and the victim falling in love whilst in the act of the crime. You could be listening to this podcast, you could be watching Dateline and never see a TCC edit in your lifetime on any of your algorithms, because there's not necessarily an overlap. To give you an idea, one person comments, I remember when I was younger, I tried to join TCC thinking it was internet sleuths, but it was just a bunch of people saying mass shooters were hot, and I was very disappointed. Another one writes, the TCC is so fucking lame these days. I remember when people actually studied cases and had genuine interest in criminology. These days it's just, ooh, I want XYZ murderer to breed me. They make edits of Adam Lanza saying, I love Adam, he's so silly and quirky. They like to justify killers and their actions with blanket statements like, but we all make mistakes, he was just being quirky. They'll edit killers with halos as if they're in heaven. Some of them will even go as far to write about how they think one of the killers, and I'm not going to name them specifically because I don't really care to name more than necessarily in this episode, but they write about how one of these random school attackers would make a good boyfriend because, by the way, this is someone who killed over a dozen students, but they write, first, I think he would be very clingy and affectionate. He literally wouldn't ever get his head turned by any other girl. He'd be so focused and set on his girlfriend. This is a positive and also maybe a negative. It may be overwhelming and overbearing sometimes. He'd be quirky for sure, which I guess is a good thing. Depends on how you define quirky. He would have very different interests. I'm sure he would be very different from the usual guys that you would meet. I think he would sometimes come off as aggressive in heated moments, but then afterwards apologize profusely to his girlfriend in case he upset her. I think personally speaking, he'd be a nice boyfriend, but it would take someone open-minded and caring to understand that he's different. And different isn't necessarily bad. He's a mass killer. Another one writes on a picture of Dylan, one of the Columbine killers, I will never understand the girls that turn Dylan down because damn, I'd beg God on my knees to even be near him. Those girls don't even know how lucky they truly were. There's even Dilrick shippers. These are Dylan and Eric shippers who, I can't believe these words are coming out of my mouth, who shipped Dylan and Eric, the Columbine killers. And then there's Adam Lanza, who, to bypass all of the algorithms on social media, lots of people will do like hashtag Adam Lasagna, which is what they call Adam Lanza, and they post so that they don't get banned on these platforms. He's the Sandy Hook shooter. He killed 20 first graders and 6 educators and then self-exited when law enforcement arrived at the school. One person writes, whenever I think too hard about Adam dying in the fetal position, it makes me want to throw up. He was seeking comfort and connection even in the very end, despite denying himself of it in life. Sometimes I think about who the person was to prepare Adam for cremation and if they treated his body with respect. It's going to sound freaky, but I wish I could have had just a moment with his body, not to do anything gross, but just to feel how frail he was and how he would never had even had the chance to get better, even if he didn't go through with his plan. Again, same killer who killed 26 people, 27 if you count his mother that he killed before going to Sandy Hook. He's also the one that had this very rambling video essay rant. It's like 6 hours long. It was miserable to get through, but he says, if you've ever known to have engaged in a pedophile relationship with a child, you're instantly imprisoned for prolonged periods. You're brutalized in prison, and people actually celebrate that as if it's a good thing. And then if you're lucky enough to escape prison with your life, you're on a sex offender registry. You're possibly castrated. You're tracked with a GPS device in some instances. And there are just so many issues that PDF files that everyone seems to think it's not a problem at all. It's somehow justified that they're treated in that manner, and you have to develop such extensive arguments just to refute that delusion that somehow having with children is harmful to them innately. Basically, he's a PDF file defender. And people are commenting, he's so intelligent and cute. He was so smart. I miss him every second of my life. I cry over Adam at least twice a week. Isabel Valdez was one of those people who liked Adam Lanza. Her Facebook cover photo is a memorial banner for Sandy Hook, which is a sign that reads, Sandy Hook Elementary School, we will remember. Previously, it was Columbine High School, Hart, Sandy Hook Elementary School. Her Facebook bio reads, gun safety advocate, 12/13/2012, 28 dove emoji. 28 dove emoji, she's referring to Sandy Hook, and 28, that includes Adam Lanza, which nobody includes him in that count. Some people don't even include his mom in that count because they feel that she failed to get her son the help that he clearly needed and more or less gave him easy access to firearms. But Isabel is counting Adam Lanza, 28 dove emoji. According to police documents, she tells the assistant principal that the morning that she's caught, because of this whole tip, like a few hours before she killed John, that her victim is John because he's perfect. He reminds her of Adam Lanza, and that she heard voices telling her that if she kills John, she and Adam Lanza would have this blood bond, and it would bring Adam Lanza back to life. The police report reads, Isabel went on to say that after she killed John, she was going to make a blood ritual for Adam Lanza. I asked Isabel what was her intent when she said she was going to make a blood ritual. Isabel stated she was going to take the photos she brought of John, place them against his body. Isabel stated that she was going to try and wipe John's blood, even though he's bleeding. And then she stated that she asked Lois for an extra shirt so she could put it on John's body. No one knows what any of this means. Like, this feels like the weirdest, bizarrely strung together crime. Isabel believes this blood ritual would show her devotion to Lanza. Isabel stated that she heard voices saying if she carried out killing John, Lanza's voice would come back to her. Isabel stated that she used to hear Adam Lanza's voice, but no longer does, and she misses Lanza's voice quite a bit, and it's disappointing that she never got that connection again. And she believes that if she kills John, Lanza would come back to her, and she wouldn't be alone. Isabel advised that while she was sitting in class, one of her online friends pleaded with her not to follow through with her plan, but she was intent on killing John.
So do we know what happened? Someone tipped the police, and the police just showed up at the school, and they.
Yes. So someone tips the police. and the administrators also get the same tip later. Isabel and Lois have already showed up at the school. They're going through their classes as normal. The whole plan is to take place after second period. But before then, they're like, we got to sharpen the knife. So they've already gone to the bathroom, scoped it out, tried sharpening the knife, and then they went back to class. Administrators get the tip and they're like, we got to pull Isabel out of class.
How do they know it's Isabel?
Because at the very end, it said her government name, I think, is like Isabel, right? So they pull Isabel out of class. They bring her into the administrator's office, and the assistant principal is asking her a shit ton of questions before the police even get there. The police are on their way. They make it there, and they arrest her and Lois.
So they put Isabel out, and Isabel just straight up start telling them everything.
Yeah. And she's like, all the stuff is in my backpack.
And I am going to kill him.
Yeah. And she was like, because I wanted to bring back Adam Lanza. They immediately get placed in the back of the police car where for the next 30 minutes, they do damage that I don't think a defense attorney could ever undo.
Do you believe they were going to go through with it?
Yeah. Isabel even clarifies in her written statement to the police later that the whole blood oath, because, I mean, not that making sense would make it better or understandable or justifiable, obviously not, but it's so poorly executed and thought out, it doesn't even make sense to people. So she's trying to clarify, well, the blood oath was going to happen because she was going to drink John's blood and then smear his blood on her body. That would be the blood oath. Even in her written statement, she writes like this: I was planning to possibly smear his blood on myself and or drink it. I wanted to take photos afterwards, then leave his body in the bathroom and give the camera SD card to Lois Lippert. I was going to do it because I heard voices telling me that if I did it to show my devotion, Adam would come back and speak to me like before. Heart. She's writing hearts in this police written statement. John also didn't do anything. He had no interactions with Isabel. He never spoke with her. There was no conflict. They never fought. Like, he is just picked as a victim purely because Isabel felt like he looked like Adam and that Adam is Isabel's soulmate. The police report states that from September of 2025 to January of 2026, so the span of a few months, Isabel has been diligently stalking John. She's been taking pictures of him. Prosecutors eventually find over 200 photographs of John in Isabel's possession. According to the police report, I asked Isabel when she started taking the photos of John. September. I asked her, where she was when she took all these photos, and she said that they were all taken at school. She would wait in the areas where she knew that he would be and would sometimes go there and just take photos waiting for him to show up. She would wait for John to pass her, and she never tried to make it known that she's taking pictures of him, so he would have his back turned to her and she would take all these photos. But it continues. And they're asking, well, what did you do with the photos? Did you post them anywhere? She's like, yeah, I posted them on my TikTok. My TikTok handle is I Love Sandy Hook.
You kidding me?
You're up late online shopping, you finally spot exactly what you want, and then you see it, that purple Shop Pay button, one tap and you are checked out of there in seconds. Shopify's Shop Pay button is used by millions of businesses, and it's why Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. No need to get the wallet out, no need to spend time logging in. You can just complete your checkout with one tap of one button. My family and I had a shop called Grandpa Mingo's Art Studio where we sold his traditional Chinese artwork for an exclusive time. And back when we were newbies, I knew Shopify from their Shop Pay button and just their fast checkouts. But now as a small business owner, Shopify became my business's literal foundation with easy to make templates, secure checkouts, and basically anything you need to start your small online business or even scale your massive global company. There's a reason why Shopify remains the best option for business owners. See less carts go abandoned and more sales with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. Off-duty healthcare workers who rush to help a stranger when they are choking or unresponsive, that's a power move. Anyone who immediately acts like a best friend if they see a girl alone in an unwanted situation with a man, power move. Just like how hiring Morgan & Morgan is a power move. Morgan and more than 1,000 clients. Morgan it's argued 15 you deserve it unless they win. For pound 5 pound law, pound In Isabel's journal, she's contemplating heavily whether or not John, her classmate, victim, knows that she's obsessed with him. And she's trying to work through her thoughts in a very weird fashion. It appears that she's passing notes with, I want to say Lois, most likely Lois, or it could be really any one of her other classmates. But Isabel writes, do you think he actually switched out of this class? Like, I feel like she wouldn't have even put the ticket, like maybe he's just skipping because I creeped him out. So she's like, is he skipping class because I creeped him out, or did he switch out of this class because I creeped him out? And she's like, most likely he is. I doubt it. He doesn't even know my name. I mean, probably didn't even read it. Like, I just keep thinking, I need to stop thinking he'll probably just avoid me because it wasn't that weird. So we don't have any context, but it's pretty clear that she's like, oh, I'm kind of creeping this guy out. Someone writes back on the note, I honestly think he's just skipping, but maybe he's in the process of getting something against you. I hope he doesn't get a restraining order. Isabel writes, no, he would have already told his mom. I've been doing it for like 2 weeks. Most likely when he turns around sometimes. So this sounds like taking pictures. Like I do it when he's turned around. Isabel's friend writes back, but maybe he did notice all the other times you were following and filming him? Wait, he turned around, like staring at us? No, like when I get personal shots when I'm alone. It's just when he's turned around. On her Tumblr account, Isabel used to write things about John, like,
What?
He smiles like Dylan, looks
Hello.
like Adam, is absolute perfection. He's the perfect example of what can be made. He looks like a doll. I adore him. I'm in the worst parasocial relationship with him, and Fox has been drawing me art of us. I've been following him around and whatnot. But she tells the officers that she resisted killing him because, quote,
Give me a second. Actually, I need to do something real quick. I'm back. I got apples. Oh, apple.
It's been over 4 hours. You filmed.
You. This apple is so cold. No. Mm-mm. Oh shit.
Let's say that like, they don't know. I hope you don't interrupt.
I first came up with the plan approximately 3 months ago, but I resisted the urge to follow through with the plan, and I would just tell myself, I have to stop thinking like that.
God damn it.
But it clearly doesn't work because January 23rd, 2026, she is arrested for trying to kill John. Inside Isabel Valdez's backpack, along with the knife, the rag, the trash bags, the gloves, the Clorox wipes, there's a little note left behind, and it reads, "Dear Mama and Papa, I'm sorry for what I'm gonna do. Hopefully you will find this paper. I want you guys to know that none of it is your fault or anyone else's in that, in that matter. I chose to do this myself, for myself and Adam Lanza. They told me that Adam would come back to speak with me if I did this for him. Adam Lanza wanted it. I think it's a fair and beautiful sense of devotion on my behalf. I love Adam Lanza. We're soulmates, just waiting to be reunited once more. I want you guys to know that you are the most perfect parents ever. I'm sorry I could not be a better child. I've known there's been something wrong with me since I was a little kid. I just never showed it, and I'm sorry. I was never really shy. I just hated people, and I was aware of how disgusting everyone is. Being forced to talk was torture. These ramblings are very reminiscent of Adam Lanza, so I'm not entirely sure if this is genuinely how she felt or if this is how she fell into this like TCC community and tried to embody this aesthetic of outcast. I never liked humanity. Mankind is doomed and society has all these values that don't mean anything and we're just imposing values upon others, and morality is not even objective. Morality just doesn't exist as a concept. I don't know if she just like listened to the fucking 5.5 hour ramblings of Adam Lanza that are incoherent most of the time and don't make good sense, but I don't know if this is how she truly felt or if this is furthering the aesthetic that she wants to be a part of. She says, I pretended to be a socialite. Just not the word to be used in that context, but to make you guys happy because I love seeing you guys happy. It was one of the only things that made me happy. Over the years, I've just lost control over myself and my emotions. Whenever I told someone I hated you guys, it was a pure lie. I'm sorry for ever hurting you, and I deserve what's coming for me, as I am also disgusting, cruel, and useless. Again, these are very reminiscent of the Columbine killers and Adam Lanza. Well, actually, maybe the Columbine killers, they believe themselves to be above humankind. But perhaps in an attempt to get Isabel to have some remorse, the assistant principal, before she's arrested, initially asked her, did you consider how your parents or even how John's parents would feel if you went through with this? They would be sad, but I don't really care. Did you consider the consequences, like of what happens to you if you go through with this? Jail or psych ward, but it doesn't matter. I was still going to do it. I want to be with Adam Lanza. She later admits that last night before school, she did cry in the shower, but it was, quote, because she wasn't crying because of herself or her actions, but because of how it was going to affect others, But also at the same time, she was thinking, whatever, what's done is done. That's what she says. Isabel states that she only feels bad for her parents because they've been great and they tried their best. So back in the back of the police car, Isabel and Lois are ranting about how the police were grilling them. Red-haired Lois Lippert, the 14-year-old, right? She's more so the accomplice.
So after police came, before they were taken into the police car, they already went through a round of questioning in the school?
Oh, yeah. And then as they're walking out, both handcuffed together, they're like, hey, best friend.
From school to the police car?
Yeah. Yeah. I think the only time they look a little serious is when Isabel Valdez is being read her charges, which is attempted murder.
When was that?
In the school hallway. And she looks a little serious. But not really. She just looks like a little somber.
There's a whole tape from the school all the way to the police car?
There's like 6-7 minutes from inside the school.
Sorry.
There's a few minutes going to the police car, and then there's about 40, but 10 minutes of those are after so like 36 minutes of them because we did a FOIA request. There's about 36 minutes of them in the car talking.
This has to be serious.
And they really don't like to sit in silence, so it's like a solid 30 minutes of yapping. And if you're watching the video podcast on YouTube, I'm actually gonna dump the entire body cam footage clip at the end of the episode because I've kind of broken it up into parts. But if you want to see the whole thing in chronological order, it's going to be at the very end. So Isabel and Lois Lippert are sitting in the back, and Lois, red-haired 14-year-old girl, the accomplice, is saying, I told them the important stuff, and then they came back and they were like, I'm getting really pissed off. You're not telling me everything. And I was like, I swear that's all I remember. So I just had to sit there for a few minutes just trying to remember every fucking thing and every fucking little detail. And I was like, oh, so there are these images of Adam Lanza. Isabel cuts in. Dude, I forgot what to say halfway through my interview. Yeah, that was me for most of my interview. Well, actually, half the interview was just me being silent and not doing anything because I was hoping I could cling on to the like, you have the right to remain silent. But low-key, that didn't work. That didn't really work. Isabel's like, I know, because it's like they're just going to use it against me in court. Like, hey, why do you have these drives with these little boy? Like hard drives and pictures of this little boy.
One more check in.
And then she goes, hey, why do you have these drives of these little boy? Sorry.
Oh, they're gonna use it against me in court. Hey, why you have these drives of this little boy? Sorry.
What?
Yeah. Lois is like, he's not a little boy. He's older than you. No, he's not. Well, oh yeah. Yeah, he's older than you. It's not some little boy. They can't say this little boy. This older boy. This older boy who's abusing me. So now they're giggling and coming up with this idea of trying to say that the victim was abusing them, which he in no world was. And Isabel finds it funny. She's like, yeah, I think in my dreams he told me he wanted me to kill him, so I think it's only fair. Yeah, oh my god, I almost laughed and almost peed myself. This becomes a reoccurring theme where Lois keeps saying that she almost peed herself. So she's like, I almost laughed so hard, I almost peed myself. She's not really laughing in these moments. And I will say, if you watch the clip in its entirety that I'm putting at this end of the video, you just see Lois get filled with more and more regret, like both of them. The energy gets more tense. They're still joking around and laughing, but I think it's dawning on them very slowly what's happening.
Very slowly.
Yeah, very slowly. Very, very slowly, yeah. Because it should have dawned on them before they even got into the car.
So you said there are two cops in the front.
Yes.
They can clearly hear it.
Yeah, because they later talk to them. They interject in one of their conversations. Yeah, we're going to get there. Yeah, the cops are clearly hearing this. I personally think that the cops strategically put them in the back of the police car together so that they could have this conversation because, of course, they're...
Yeah, the more, the better.
Yeah, and then... I think they took a longer route because I don't think that it would take 36 minutes for them to get from the school to the local police department.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. So do you think they just didn't know there was a camera recording in the car?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Right?
And that's why this is where it gets really weird. So there are lots of people in the TCC community. And again, this is not me saying like, oh, I'm part of the TCC community, so I know what they're saying. This is me saying like, I was diving into the TCC community to see what it's about. And people were saying, oh, they're not real TCCers because they don't know that there's cameras in the back of the police car. But also real TCCers, from what I can tell, they still like to post edits of Adam Lasagna with eccentric Europunk music in the background with rainbow edits because it's so quirky. And their whole thing is like, why does me posting rainbow edits of school shooters, does that make me dangerous? Yeah, Becky, it fucking makes you dangerous. I don't know what else to say. Now, Lois says with a bit of regret in her voice, dude.
Nutrition experts say,
me and my
for a productive
dad this
day,
week.
you need a good breakfast. Sagot yan ang Energen. Complete sa nutrition. Busog ka with 50% more cereal. So filling, so good. Kompleto ang breakfast with Energen every day.
I should have gotten my diagnosis before this. I've been talking about that, being like, yeah, I should go to a psychiatrist or something and actually fucking get diagnosed and shit. I should have gotten it before all this shit happened, and then I would have some sort of thing to clean it up. Isabel's like, dude, I thought I was gonna get sent to the psych ward. That's why I was so excited about everything. Isabel explains to Lois that she just regrets telling the officers everything.
But I shouldn't have told them all this shit. Okay, so I was there, and then they were asking me about the swatting incident that happened.
So, yeah, she was trying to get people swatted. We're going to get there in a second. And what happened, and I started crying because I thought that, they were going to feel bad for me and send me to the psych ward. Because I was like, I thought about hurting somebody. Yeah, I thought about hurting the boy. And then they saw right through my shit. And then they pulled out, the bag from my backpack. I had to tell them everything that was inside. Later, she mentions, dude, I should have told them that. I was going to tell them yesterday. I was going to say, oh yeah, I'm doing all this stuff because I want to be a police officer.
Please, I wanted to be a police officer. Please.
And then she pretends to be the fake imaginary police officer she's saying this to. And she's like, no, sorry. So she's like, I should have told them that I want to be a police officer. Nope, I'm sorry. Okay. Like, this is how they talk. That's the tone in which they talk. Now, there's A lot to complain about in the back of this police car as well. Lois rants about how cold it was in the room when they were talking to her. It was so cold in that room. I know, dude, they had me sitting there and I was so, dude, they took away my chocolate. Isabel, because remember, Isabel is the one that primarily wants to kill John. Isabel had asked Lois, the little artist, to bring chocolate and Dr. Pepper. Okay, Lois brings it, gives it to her. And now Isabel is like, the chocolate you gave me? They took away my chocolate. And Lois goes, no, I was able to like eat a part of it. It was like a part of the big bar, but then that was it.
Dude, they took away my chocolate. No! I was able to eat like a part of it, like a part of the big bar.
Lois is so upset and she's like, bro, I wanted to come back to second period so I could have nibbled on some of it with you. That was my main goal. Some netizens have found it ironic that the two are friends because Isabel Valdez is kind of a bigger girl, I guess is how you would describe her. And then Lois Lippert, she had a Twitter account that heavily promotes, is pro-Anna, pro-ED, engages in quote unquote fatspo. Fatspo is basically described as quote, fatspo is when people with EDs use a picture of a person bigger than themselves as inspiration to continue with their eating disorder or not becoming fat like the person in the picture. So some netizens found it ironic and they made it a big joke of whether or not Lois Lippert used her own friend Isabel Valdez as fatspo. Essentially everything about this case like makes you want to spiral into a depressive state. Just every little rabbit hole leads somewhere worse. But on Lois Lippert's Twitter account, she would post a lot of pro-Anna things, as well as she would document throwing up in the toilet, and then she would stick her hand in the toilet bowl and play with her throw up like it was slime and post videos of it. There's also an unverified Tumblr account, and I cannot tell you if this is real, okay, but apparently this is Isabel's unverified Tumblr account where she posts, I love being fat. Everyone is significantly smaller than me, and I love small people. I love small boys. I love the thought of beating them up and breaking their bones and then just watching their bodies bruise. I want to touch them all over. I want to see them resist. Probably the first time I felt these, dare I say, erotic pleasures was in or around 5th or 6th grade. I remember in 6th grade, I would go up to people and hug them tightly. I loved feeling them push me away and struggle. I loved the way they yelled at me after. We can't be certain that this is Isabel's account, but it's in tune with the picture of her holding up John, almost like she's about to slam him up against the wall. I don't think that there's any debate that both of these girls are struggling with various mental health issues, but I do think a lot of young girls at that age are. They don't go and try to resurrect a school shooter. These girls, they even gaggle about what it must have been like for John. Lois is giggling, imagine being pulled out of class. And yeah, some girl was planning on killing you. He's probably gonna be like he's got to be told. Like they can't. And Isabella's like, yeah, I wrote him a note. And I was like,
yeah, I'm not guilty for my actions, but no, I was like, I don't feel guilty for my actions, but I feel guilty on how you were gonna feel. Because honestly, I don't fucking care.
She gave him a letter?
She wrote him a note, but I don't think it was, it was never given to him. Isabel giggles and says, so are we gonna become one of those lesbian couples now in jail? Lois looks at her. Yeah, and you could be the butch. And they're giggling. And Isabella's like, yeah, hey, this is my bitch. Stay away. Yeah.
They're doing that much in 30 minutes?
Yeah. And
they
then
don't
there's
even catch a break and think about what's about to happen?
No. And then there's silence. Which the lesbian couple love does not last very long because when talking with the officers, Isabel already ratted Lois out. The police officer is even writing in his report because usually when you have teenagers and they're best friends and they're trying to commit a crime, I would say that there's maybe, I want to say like 3 hours in which they might resist ratting each other out. But the police officer writes, Isabel abruptly stated that Lois helped her sharpen the knife. Isabel is explaining to the officers and the assistant principal that they were in the bathroom trying to sharpen the knife. And according to Isabel, they ran the knife back and forth along the metal pipe in the bathroom. And then they were trying to use the knife to cut Isabel's shirt to determine if it was sharp enough to do the crime. Lois then attempted to cut her stomach in an effort to see if the knife could cut her skin. Isabel stated that Lois told her that she didn't think the knife was going to be able to cut through because it couldn't cut her stomach. But it's not like Isabel really needs to quote unquote rat out Lois when there's already quite a bit of digital evidence against both of them. Isabel's plan was to either slit John's throat or stab him in the stomach. There was no getaway plan. Then she was going to smoke a cigarette in the bathroom before going to jail and sprinkle flowers on his body or to his funeral. It's kind of unclear which one. But Isabel, the night before, had been messaging Lois over Discord saying things like, it's going to be over by tomorrow. If you have some gloves, bring them for me. Bring latex ones. I'm bringing a trash bag, wipes, and some other things. I'm gonna go away anyway. I've incriminating shit on my phone. Holy shit. I'm gonna make a blood ritual for Adam Lanza LMAO. Everyone who prayed on my downfall is getting their wish. I hugged my parents extra tight today. I feel kind of bad for what's coming. He was at fault because he never got redacted to talk to me. If I had him, I wouldn't have been like this. Why? Why, John? Why? Why redacted? Why? I need to break my hard drive later. Do you have any extra white shirts that I could use? And the two of them are also, Isabel and Lois are reportedly married on Facebook. What? Yeah, because you know how you can just like marry someone. But that's not the important part. The important part is their anniversary date is April 22nd, 1992, which is an oddly specific date. So I tried to figure it out, and it's not the date of Sandy Hook or Columbine. It's actually Adam Lanza's birthday. But in the back of the police car, Isabel is again ranting about how the police are treating her like she's this dangerous criminal. And she says,
dude, they had me going out to the bathroom, and they had this lady standing in the stall, and they had like 2 other people.
In the stall?
No, not in the, yeah, one of them was standing in the stall. The other 2 were outside waiting. You think I'm gonna be able to fucking run away?
So Isabel is making a joke at, I guess, her physique. I got too scared to ask them to go to the bathroom. I low-key still have to go. So, by the way, Lois Lippert kind of talks like this the entire time. And Isabel turns to her. I only went twice because they searched me every time and they made me take off my shoes and my socks off. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't ask them. I don't want to do all that. You gonna bend over and cough for me? Bend over and cough for you? Is that what they do? Yeah, they look at your asshole and see if anything comes out. Isabel complains at how uncomfortable it is to be in the back of the police car and states,
dude, I should have done it in the morning.
So now she's saying in the back of this recorded police car that she should have killed him in the morning and not waited till after second period, because if she had done it in the morning, she would have been able to kill him. And Lois is like, yeah, dude, he was right there. I was following behind him.
What is happening?
Yeah.
You want more? I'll give you more!
We're so determined
Online
to do it.
games, live streams, events, pelikula, materials
Looking
na gawang
very
bingo plan.
concerning to
Bingo
see
sa saya, plus sa
stories of
panalo.
it, like the rise of these kinds of incidents and stuff.
Sumo cookies and cream, and Sumo milk and cream.
Ang mini cookie na big sa saya.
Isabel also talks about how when they were interviewing her, she kept laughing even though it's not funny, but quote, they kept on saying 6-7. Oh, I laughed at 6-7, dude, because they were talking about my grades and stuff when it first started, and they were like, yeah, was the 6th or 7th grade? I did the 6-7 behind my back. So she's handcuffed and she said she's doing 6-7.
This is like, I don't even know what is happening.
Yeah. Lois finds this so funny and she says, stop making me laugh. Lois explains later that she did mention to one of her friends that Isabel might try to do something on Friday, which is vague, and she reassures Isabel she's probably thinking that you're gonna self-exit. Oh, that's stupid. I'm not self-exiting. Then in a voice that would indicate maybe it's from a meme or something, but she says, killing yourself is for R words. She says the R word. I'm not a stupid R word that gives up. Please.
Killing yourself is for retards. I'm not a stupid retard that gives up. Please. I guess I am retarded though.
I am R-worded though. Fuck. Lois tries to comfort her. Not a stupid R-word though. Aw, thanks. One of the most damning pieces of evidence against Isabel is a journal entry that's written in the style of a bad movie plot where the killer fesses up to the murder, hides the note for it to be found by the main character at the end in the bottom of the underwear drawer. And it reads, it was just like any other normal day. I swear nothing seemed off until I remembered him. Oh, John, how much I loved you. Today was finally the day. You're so worth it. Fuck. We were leaving second period. I grabbed him. I don't know what happened, but I just started talking. Oh, you're so beautiful. The cutest boy around. I loved him dearly. I would ruin my life for him, and that is very much what I was doing. I was able to get my hands on some chloroform. It knocked him out cold. It was absolutely perfect. I was already in the bathroom with him. He hadn't woken up yet, so I was just waiting. He was so small, so precious. I'd been waiting for this for a long time. Slowly, he woke up. I saw those beautiful eyes I much adored. Finally, up close, he was absolutely perfection. "Hi, sweetheart," I said without thinking. He looked extremely disturbed. I don't blame him. Who wouldn't? LOL. He didn't speak, just looked in terror. I pulled the knife out of my bag and held it to his throat. I saw the fear. I saw his breath hitch. It gave me more adrenaline. And she spells adrenaline ADRENALYN. Adrenaline. I pulled my phone out and started recording
can't
him.
even spell the
Can you
fuck.
smile for the camera? I held the knife closer to his throat. I watched as he forced himself to smile just for me. And that is where she ends this weird, bizarre note. It's presented as if she wrote it after the fact in this dramatized narrative form.
Right, and the cop found the note.
Yeah, it's like fanfic.
Yeah. So the police found it and locked it.
Yeah, and they're like, okay, well, you wrote this note, you wrote one to your parents detailing your exact motive, so, and you had a lot of the supplies that you're talking about.
Yeah. So what is Lois's whole thing? Like, what's her motive? Does she have a motive? Does she even care? What is she doing there?
I think she doesn't care. I mean, I think she clearly is dealing with lots of mental health issues, and I'm not saying that as some sort of excuse because, yeah, so did I at 14. She seems more like the follower, though I don't really like to give those labels. But it's Isabel is the one with the plan. I think if anything, maybe Lois thought it would be cool that she would go down in notoriety, or maybe she thought that Isabel would never go through with it. But if Lois was the one to be like, oh, well, you can't do that, then maybe she wouldn't be seen as cool by her TCC community. And again, this is not to diminish any of the impact that Lois Lippert had. It seems as if Isabel is the one more so spearheading this. She's the one with the very strong reasoning of why she felt she wanted to kill John. But I think it's also just as disgusting that Lois is like, oh, I'm doing it for the thrill and for the fun, and like maybe I'll be known in the TCC community. Regardless, despicable. And I think one of the reasons that the investigators moved so fast on this tip was, well, it was their job. They had to. But also they've had problems with Isabel prior to this. In fact, the police were at Isabel's house Thursday night for something else.
The night before?
Yeah, the night before.
Okay.
Okay, so the night before, the police go to Isabel Valdez's house because she'd been trying to do these like swatting calls on people. There was like 3 different swatting incidents. I think she was trying to swat the school or swat an individual at the school. It's a little bit unclear because they're all minors, but there's swatting incidents. Just know that. She's like trying to get someone swatted. They come, they grab her phone. Now, Thursday night, they go back to her house and they're like, hey, we have your phone. We could get a warrant and there's like so much paperwork, or you could just sign this consent form. Let us go through your phone. So they sign the consent form. The police leave Thursday night. They get a tip in early hours of Friday morning, and then it's like the last few sentences are, oh, I think their name is Isabel.
So after the police took her phone,
Yes.
she's on Discord messaging
On her computer, yes.
on her computer,
Yes.
messaging her friend,
Mhm.
saying, I'm gonna do this now. I'm
Yeah.
gonna do it. I'm gonna
Mhm.
do it.
Yeah. She felt like she was already going to go away for the swatting incident. So she might as well do it now. Now is the only time that she can do this. Lois even mentioned to her that she's anxious planning and maybe she shouldn't go through it.
This is kind of not gonna lie, this is kind of boring. I kind of know the story about this already. There's this one thing I remembered from not a night ago about this like mall, pink mall or something in Korea. I don't know what it is though. I don't know how long it was. Since.
Get used to fatigue after a while. It's not the deal with liners in place.
Oh, this one. Oh, Valorant. Damn, dude. Damn it.
Be done in 10 minutes. Can you hold it? No, the ajashi said that we need.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Mina was shuffling through the children's clothing racks and she feels this little tug on her skirt. And she's asking her son, okay, yeah, what is it, sweetie? Do you need something? There's no response. So Mina pulls her eyes away from the clothes and she looks at her son. He's like 6 years old at this point, and his eyes are bulging out of his head. He looks petrified. And she's like, what's wrong? And this little kid, he's Korean, he says, Oma, we've got to go home right now. Why? What's wrong? Do you have to go potty? Like, I'll be done in 10 minutes. Can you hold it? No, the ajashi said that we need to leave right now. Mina looks around. There's definitely nobody near them, and there's definitely not a middle-aged man. All of the employees at this children's clothing store, they're young women. So she's confused. What ajashi are you talking about? Like, I just need to grab a few more things.
And ajashi is a old man.
Old middle-aged man.
Yeah.
And he looks up at her again and says, that ajashi right there told me to leave. And he's pointing into the air. Mina looks, and there is nobody. She says, are you sure you saw an ajashi? What did he look like? He keeps saying he was bleeding. He keeps trying to hug the nice cashier lady. Mina didn't leave because she's in this very fancy luxury shopping mall, and maybe kids just make up some things. Maybe he wanted to go to a toy store instead. Maybe he was bored. Maybe he wanted to go home and watch TV. It just didn't make any sense why there would be a bleeding man in the middle of this store. I mean, this mall is known for, you walk in, very normal to see coats going for $1,000 a coat. Table tea sets going for $8,000, $9,000. People dressed up to go shopping at this establishment. There certainly weren't any middle-aged bleeding ajashis trying to hug cashiers. It's just not that type of place. But these were the rumors that would float around Korea even to this day. Children dragging their parents out of this mall, talking about how they saw a bloody man telling them to get out. How they saw bloody people climbing onto workers' backs, trying to almost get on their back like a piggyback ride. There were rumors that children were being warned to stay away from this mall. Because very soon, over 502 people would be dead and 30 people would go missing inside of these very walls. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. This is another Korean case. We had multiple Korean researchers assist in gathering of the facts on this one. But as always, please let us know if there's anything that we didn't cover or something that got lost in translation. I mean, it's a huge case, so I'm sure it's bound that we're going to have things that we didn't touch up on, but just let us know in the comments. So with that being said, let's get into it. June 29th in South Korea is almost peak summertime. I mean, almost every single person that walked into the Samplung Mall said the same thing that day. 왜 이렇게 더워? Which is, why is it so hot? Like, why is it so hot? A lot of people were coming to the mall to avoid the heat outside. And usually these massive indoor malls, they blast the AC during the summer. You walk in, you feel that ice cold air smack you on the way in. Not today. The mall was more humid, more hot, clammy. It was so hot, it was difficult to breathe inside of the mall. It's like the AC was broken. The workers are profusely sweating, apologizing to the customers. Sorry, the AC is broken. I'm sure it's going to turn back on any second now. And despite all the heat, about 1,000 people were inside that mall when the whole thing came crumbling down. Everyone had 20 seconds to get out of that mall. That's all they got. 20 seconds is the length of the happy birthday song in Korean. If you had 20 seconds to, do you think you could go from inside of the changing room, inside of a store, get out of the store, down the hall, to the emergency staircase, down the stairs to the ground floor? Let's say you're 4 stories high, 3 stories, fine, right? And at least a few more steps further to avoid impact. Could you do that in 20 seconds? So Pyongo, he was a maknae at his job, which means he was the youngest in amongst all of his coworkers, which is why all the colleagues kind of like took it easy on him when he was pouting and whining the whole day. He's like, it's not fair. We work at the restaurant on the 5th floor. The AC is broken. All the other restaurants on this floor are closed. Why are we open? Why are we the only one? On top of that, I mean, do customers really want to eat right now? It's so hot.
So the AC just broke that day.
Yeah. All day it had been off.
Okay. So
Yeah.
it's not like ongoing. It's
No.
just, it's okay.
That one day. So he's in the front keeping himself busy when the head chef runs out from the kitchen. Get out, get out, get out. Pyongo's like, okay, I'm not even going to look up. He just casually says, okay, give me a second. Like, I just need to finish this up. The chef runs to Pyongo, pushes him on the back and says, you idiot, I said run. And he looks up and he sees people booking it. Like there's like 5 customers, they're booking it to the emergency stairwell. So he starts jumping over chairs, jumping over tables, trying to join them at that staircase. He has no idea what's going on. He just knows that they're all running. And as he's running, one by one, the lights, the recessed lighting in the ceiling, they're shattering. And it's getting darker and darker. And Pyongo would have 20 seconds to make it out alive. Jiwon, let's call her Gia, was another employee at the mall. She worked in the basement level. So she sold crystals at one of those like home goods shops. And that day, she took her break early because it was so hot. I mean, she felt like all day, if she even moved fast, if she even thought fast, she would break out into a full-blown sweat. So she tried to move slowly, reserve this energy. She had to fight every intrusive thought that she had to not just walk out of that store, quit, and never look back. That's how hot it was. She takes her break early, and as she's walking back into the store, the manager, Unni, which is like an older sister, right, starts running towards her screaming, turn around, run, run. The last thing Gia remembers were these little broken shards of crystal flying at her, and she didn't understand what was happening. Just that all the crystals in the shop looked like they had exploded. Gia would have 20 seconds to make it out alive. 19-year-old, let's call her Sarah. Sarah had just graduated from high school, and now she's working at one of these high-end children's clothing shops, basement level of the mall. She wasn't even supposed to be working that day. Her colleague called her and was like, hey, can you switch shifts with me? So she did. She was coming back from her lunch break when she felt something really strange. There was a cold wind. And it felt really nice because she had been sweating in this hot, humid, dank basement floor all day without the AC. But did you just catch on?
Well, yeah, why is there a cold wind, right?
Exactly. She works on level B1, the basement floor. There's no exterior doors that could be opened to let in a breeze. It was a strong breeze, too. And the AC wasn't back on. Sarah would have 20 seconds to make it out alive. There is a man, 21. His name is Choi Myung-seok, but we're going to call him Michael. He actually started working at the shoe store in this Hampung department store. He was studying architecture, but he just needed to make some extra money on the side. And he was on his shift when everything went dark. He didn't even have 20 seconds to run. Nothing registered in him. It was just lights out, literally, figuratively. When he woke back up, everything was pitch black. He was laying on cold concrete. He's basically boxed in by concrete. He couldn't move. On the sides of him, there was concrete. Above him, there was concrete. Below him, concrete. He just had to lay there in a fetal position, having no idea what had just happened. There was no light, no food, no water. He tried to kind of push up against the jagged concrete, but he was worried that any sort of movement would cause the concrete to completely crush him. Even the air supply felt stale, dusty, and limited. The panic starts to kick in. He's like getting claustrophobia. And in any other situation, I think that this would have been terrifying. But he started hearing a woman's screams. And she's screaming, save me, save me. He said that he felt kind of happy that he wasn't alone in the dark. So he starts screaming back, hello? There were now 2 voices responding back at him. So one was Lee Sung-yeon, a 25-year-old woman that worked in the kitchenware shop, also on the first basement floor, and an ajumani. So that's like an older auntie customer.
So these are a lot of like basement workers. right?
Yes.
Is it because there's a higher chance of survival? Oh my
Everyone on
gosh.
floors 1 through 5, unless they were out of the building, they would die. So they were all trapped. Just like Michael, the Ajumani, the woman, they're all trapped. The Ajumani could barely talk because she was actively being squashed by the concrete, like on her chest.
Ajumani is
The customer.
She's
An
an
older
old-
woman.
yeah.
Yeah. I would say maybe like 50s, 60s. And she told them in all these gasp breaths, like, there's a heavy piece of concrete on my chest. I can't talk. So the two, Michael and the other kitchen shop worker, they tried to help her not panic so that she's not going to hyperventilate, because there's no way for her to even like take in a big breath of air. So in small breaths, in very kind of like she's drowning, she tells the others, my daughter turned 30 this year. And there was just this lingering silence. Because it's a reminder of everything that was outside. And they don't know what to say to that. So they fall silent. Michael feels these tears coming down the sides of his face. And he says, then let's get out alive. And the three promised each other, okay, us three, we're going to get out alive. And then everything went black again. Michael and the others, they kept falling asleep, coming to, falling asleep, passing out. I wonder if it's the air supply that was cutting them off. It was hard to even gauge how long they had been in there. Michael asked the others, hello? How long have we been in here? The 25-year-old worker responded, but her voice sounded really weak. I think a day, maybe 2. I don't know. It feels like a week. Ajumani, are you okay? Silence. And then they started panicking. Ajumani, you have to wake up. You gotta wake up. Your daughter just turned 30. Michael would never hear her voice again. She was gone, and she would never get to see her daughter turn 31. Not long after, the 25-year-old kitchen worker called out for Michael and said, Michael? Yeah? I think I'm gonna go now. Please tell my family I love them. Michael said that after that, the fear of death had never been so strong. Like, he could almost taste it. It gripped his entire being. He said it's very hard to explain. He had never felt anything like that. He was all alone. The two others that had, quote, survived, they were now dead. He felt like it was only a matter of time until he died, but it's a slow, agonizing wait. He started feeling delusional from the anxiety, the hunger, and then all of a sudden, he just felt so thirsty. He didn't even feel scared anymore. It was all he could think about was water, thirst. It's like he was going crazy. Right at that time, someone answered his prayers. While he was feeling delirious, water started dripping onto his head. He didn't even know if he was dreaming. He genuinely thought, am I hallucinating? Like, you know, when you see the lakes at the desert and you keep walking towards it? He thought it was that. But he scooted so that the water would drip directly into his mouth instead of his forehead. And he started drinking the disgusting water that was dripping into his mouth. He felt around with his hands in the dark, and there were these few pieces of like dusty, I don't even want to call it like paper, more like cardboard boxes. And he grabbed them, wet them in the water, and he slowly laid there, ripping it, shoving it in his mouth, chewing and eating it. He was so desperate to just fill his stomach with anything that acid was just killing him. Now, side note, the water that he's drinking and that he's wetting this paper with, it's not fresh water or even tap water. It has been through layers of concrete, dust, rust, and that's if there's no dead bodies on top of him. It was very risky water, but he had no choice. And that is what he would do for the next 11 days. That's almost 2 full weeks. In silence, alone in the dark, eating rusty, wet paper. It was dead silent for Michael. He had no idea that on the other side of all these layers and layers of concrete and twisted metal, there were thousands of people trying to save him. all hell had just broken loose. This was happening on a random Tuesday afternoon. There were commuters, office workers, families driving near the mall, out walking on the streets. They hear this crazy, almost deafening noise. They look to their left. I mean, some of them it's their right. And this entire shopping mall, one of the most iconic buildings at the time, because it's like this salmon pink color. Everyone knew that Sampung Mall, right? Pancaked. This mall that was 10, 20 stories tall now looked like a one-story building. Pancaked. A pile of rubble. It wasn't even like an avalanche where, which I know those things happen very quickly, but you watch those videos and you see things are slowly falling and you can't stop it, but it comes closer and closer. This was 1 second the building is standing up tall, totally fine. The next second, it's on the ground. All you see are skies. The first thing on everyone's mind was North Korea. We are under attack. This is a full-blown war. North Korea is attacking us. So a lot of people are running away from the building because they don't know, is North Korea going to attack another building? But a lot of people were running towards the building to try and help anyone they could. And it was like a group of zombies were seen walking out of the mall. Their faces, their hair, their whole body was white, like powder white. Some of them had even patches of bright red blood on them, but the rest of their bodies, powder white. Even their eyelashes were white. It's like someone threw bags of flour at them. There was so much sand, rubble, cement, particles in the air that anyone within an 80 feet radius from the mall was covered in white powder.
Wow.
At this point, breaking news is playing on every single TV station news network. Sampung department store has just collapsed. There are an estimated 1,000 people inside at the time of the collapse. As of right now, investigators do not know the cause of the attack. There is speculation that this could be the work of a terrorist attack by North Korea. Hundreds of ambulances, fire trucks, they rushed the scene. About 4,000 official personnel. So, you're talking firefighters, police, soldiers. They start arriving at the scene. They bring in helicopter cranes, heavy machinery, and the whole situation was so tricky. There's two main issues that the rescuers are confronted with. So the first being that the left and right edges of this building have not collapsed. It's like someone cut out just two edges of a cake and then squashed the middle. But the sides are standing, and now they're starting to kind of tip each way.
So they're gonna fall and hit some people. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're standing in the middle of this rubble trying to dig out people, this falls. People are gonna die.
Oh, and they can't even. Can they even knock it down?
No.
Because that will fall on.
Yeah.
More people.
More people. So at any moment, it's at the risk of collapsing. It's like a domino waiting to topple over. It looks like a strong gust of wind could take it down. It's dangerous. And the second problem was, even though that we have all of this heavy machinery, right? We've got the helicopter, fork cranes, none of it could be used. The experienced rescuers, they point out, if we use this equipment and we're not precise, if there's someone underneath a piece of concrete, the machine could easily squash them. Or let's say we're trying to pick up that concrete, we could literally rip someone in half with a crane. We could literally rip their head off. Have you ever played pickup sticks? You get the same size sticks, you throw them, and then you have to take each stick out without moving the other ones. That's what this was a game of. And the stakes were really high. The rescuer said, people are going to die if we don't do this right. So the only way to save people was to use light machinery and go by hand and just pray that the edges of the building would not collapse in on them. So originally, the morale amongst rescuers was very, very high. It would be a miracle if anyone survived, but they at least had to try. But once they got to work, they said, they noticed so many mannequin parts that were under the rubble. So looking from afar on the street, they could see like arms, legs, and torsos just peeking out from the rubble. And it's unsettling, but it's to be expected. It's a shopping mall. But once they lifted layers of concrete,
it was a mannequin.
They were people. The night before Michael was trapped, security guard Ian was alone doing his rounds. And he wasn't nervous. There's cameras everywhere, big, massive gates that are closed at night. Nobody ever tries to break into one of the top department stores in Seoul. But still, it's 3 a.m. and the empty building is kind of creepy. all the mannequins are practically glowing under the dim lights. And he has to walk from each floor to each floor, and like the echo of his footsteps, that's the creepiest part. Every step, it sounds like someone is walking behind him. And he's walking through this newly renovated hallway when he hears like this groan. It sounds like one of those fantasy movies where they have like monsters or dragons that are groaning or hissing. And he freezes. Okay, there's no alarm sounding, so he can't be a robber, and that's not even like a human noise. It sounded like it was coming from the top floor. So he speed runs all the way up to the 5th floor. And so earlier I said the building is 10 to 20 stories high, right? It's 10 to 20 apartment stories high. But because it's one of those fancy department stores, it's only 5 levels above ground, but each level you're talking like crazy, like 30-foot ceilings.
So double the regular.
Yes, double, triple. So he's running up to the 5th floor and he looks up. He sees all these restaurants that are closed. And at first glance, everything seems normal. There's no one hiding. There's no shadowy figures, anything like that. And then he sees the moonlight reflecting off the glass of the restaurant. But not just even the moonlight. He sees the moon reflecting off. He's like, that is so weird. And he looks up. There is a giant table-sized hole in the ceiling. It looked like someone or something had taken a bite out of the ceiling. This is the night before the collapse. Now, if you ask any Korean person, if you had a time machine, what would you do? What was the first thing that you do with the time machine? An overwhelming majority of them would answer, I would go and buy up all the land in Gangnam. Yeah. So 50 years ago, if you purchased land in the city of Gangnam, which is like the Beverly Hills, the Upper East Side of South Korea, you would be part of South Korea's ultra elite today. But how would you even know to do that? 50 years ago, Gangnam was not a fun, glamorous place. It was kind of more of a dangerous place. Gangnam is south of the Han River in Seoul, and back then the rich people only lived above the river. They never lived below. Anything below was considered not that classy. But somehow, this businessman by the name of Lee Jun, this influential rich businessman, he worked in the South Korean government. He had ties to the American CIA. He owned a massive construction company, and he focused on doubling his business every year, which is insane. To double your business every year, that's crazy. He mainly did this by buying up land in underdeveloped, not so desirable areas like Gangnam and turning it into what it is today. And side note, he's not that smart. He's not a real estate whisperer. He was a high up government employee, and he would get word that the government wants to develop Gangnam or this area of Seoul, and he would just go in and buy a ton of land. Most of the time, he would just flip it and sell it back to the government at an inflated price. But he was going in when Gangnam real estate was selling for less than $6 a square foot. Now, it's about $1,000 a square foot. I did some math. That means if you bought an apartment that's about 1,500 square feet, that would have been about $10,000. Today, that same piece of land, $1.5 million. So Lee, with his insider information, he bought over 2 million square feet in Gangnam back when it was dirt cheap. But he's like, you know what? Why would I sell this land back? I should develop it. I should do something. There's new fancy schools coming into Gangnam. Like some colleges are coming in. We got some private schools coming in. We got all these. So Gangnam is kind of known as like the new money area. The old money Koreans actually still live above the river, they say. In Gangnam, you've got all like the lawyers, doctors, like the professionals moving in. So he's like, I need to make a department store. Because what do new money residents like? They like labels. They want to show people they have money. So back in the day, you know, Korean stores, you go there, it's utilitarian. You go and you buy what you need. I'm going to make it super aesthetic. I want it to be a one-shop stop. I want them to come. It's a social event. They eat dinner. There's fancy restaurants. There's a fancy supermarket. I want everything in there. So he gets this construction company called Usong Construction. Apparently, they're actually really good. They've got a very clean reputation, or relatively clean. A lot of people vouch for their durability. Like right now, if you see new apartments, it might even say like Usong constructed because people really like it. So Lee tells Usong, I want a 4-story commercial building. They're like, okay. They start drawing out the plans. They start building the building. And halfway through, they've got the main foundation up. Lee walks into their office, sits down. You know what? Let's add another floor. Make it 5. Better number, right? 4 is a bad number. 5 is good. Woo-sung is looking at him like, are you dumb? You cannot just add another floor. That's not how it works. If you want another floor, we have to start over. We have to bulldoze everything down and start over. If you add another floor without altering the current plans, the building would have way too much weight and stress on the foundation.
Hello. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Kitsukari. Thank you so much. Sorry. I had to like clear out my eyes. Hello. Welcome, people. Welcome. My name is, for the people who doesn't know me, my name is Vanny Agnesis. I am a Cyber Dragon VTuber. I draw. And right now we're listening to some documentary about this Sampuma while we draw. Hello, how cute ever. Thank you. What did you guys do? Did you guys have fun in your stream? What did you guys do? Oh, thank you so much, Small Sushi. We played ML. Oh my god. ML. It's been a while. It's been a while since I played ML. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I hope you guys had fun in ML. Did you guys win? We watched our Oshi struggle with her toxic relationship. What? I suggested this rate. Ah, thank you. Didn't want to touch this stuff. Maybe me to raids. Oh my god. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun with streams. See if that horrible game too. Unfortunately, I do, yes. But so take a rest. Yeah. For the people who are here, and it's pretty late for me, so maybe it's pretty late for you guys too. Please get some rest. Get some water. Get some food. Get some sleep as well. Yes. I really appreciate you guys stopping by my channel. 12:54 p.m. for me. Still gotta rest. Last time what was her rank? No, we don't talk about my rank, dude. I do want to note that because this is warrior. No, I'm not. I think I'm like grandmaster. I'm not that good either, but I'm not warrior. I'm not a warrior, dude. But yeah, I do want to note that since this is a drawing stream and plus I'm watching a video as well, I might not talk the whole time. So yeah, I'm just chilling. You guys can watch along with me. We're watching a documentary about this mall from Korea named Sampong Mall that got, it basically it collapsed basically, or like because of poor construction stuff. Yeah. Anyways, I'm alert now. I need to sleep. My head hurts from playing MLBB. Jeez. Oh my god. You guys go rest. Your headache goes crazy. You need to, if you want, you could drink some paracetamol to ease the pain at least. Same save. Yes, everybody go rest, especially for the people who played ML. We got to rest. Again, I really appreciate you guys raiding and checking out my channel. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll play the video.
And it's going to be compromised. So Lee gets up and says, okay, well then you're fired. He goes and he hires a new construction team, one that has a very hard time saying no to him. His own construction team. He acts like he is the construction engineer, the architect. If you say no to him, you're fired and potentially blacklisted from the industry. And so they made his ultimate dream come true. His team built the Sampoong department store. It would be the second biggest department store in the nation at the time. And it would bring in insane amounts of money. The first year they were open, they were projected to do about 150 million in revenue. That's calculated with inflation. The second year, they doubled. 300 million a year in revenue. Sampoong department store was built with the intention that you don't have to go anywhere else, okay? Everything's in these two buildings. So there's building A and building B, and they're connected on each floor by these long hallways. But the hallways are not the width of building A and B. So it looks like, kind of from an aerial view, it looks like two squares with a short line in between, like a short stick connecting them. Now, you don't ever have to leave the building to get to the other one, but it's interesting. Building A was the mall. The 5th floor would have all these fancy sit-down restaurants. You could meet up with your friends before you go shopping. And then the 4th floor, luxury household goods, fancy wine glasses. 3rd floor, men's clothing. 2nd floor, women's clothing. 1st floor, foreign imported goods and cosmetics. Now, there are 4 basement levels. B2 through B4, they're more for like storage, machine rooms, parking spaces. And B1 is kind of open to the public. It's a mall. So a lot of Korean malls, they have supermarkets on the basement level. So you literally run all your errands. This is kind of genius. They also have cheaper food courts in the basement. So more like food stands. So B1 is open to the public, and there's always a lot of customers and workers shuffling in and out of that floor. Now, building B is more commercial real estate. So you got office buildings, you have a gym, but that's about it. Not a lot of foot traffic, not a lot of aesthetics. It looks like just your office plaza. Okay, so what's so wrong about it? Here's what's wrong about it. The escalators. Most buildings, and I never noticed this until I was researching this, but there's usually 2 escalators per floor. And like 2 going up, 2 going down, especially big malls. And I always thought, okay, so it's more people can go up and down the escalators, manage the traffic, right? And I'm sure that plays a role. But a big reasoning behind it is apparently having 2 escalators going up and down on either side helps distribute the weight better.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's a thing, okay? Apparently having 2 escalators on a floor helps distribute the weight, making it safer. And Lee said, actually, no, that's so expensive. I just need 1. So he kept putting just 1 escalator on each floor. In massive buildings, especially commercial buildings, there are these giant rods in the middle of the open space. They're load-bearing columns. They're there to hold weight. So if you walk in to your local mall, you're going to see these giant round columns. It's drywalled. It looks pretty. But you're like, oh, why is this here? It's blocking my view. It's to hold weight. Like, there's no way that you can have this massive room and just have 4 walls. Well, the original plan was to have 31-inch thick columns. It's about 2.5 feet thick. And inside, you can't see it because it's covered in drywall, but there's supposed to be 16 steel rods supporting the weight. Lee said, let's make the columns less than 2 feet thick because I don't like big columns. I want to be able to see the merchandise. And why do we need 16 steel rods? Let's do 8. This is a huge deal. The steel rods are what's holding up the weight above it. People take lack of steel rods so seriously. Recently in Korea, a apartment building company, they put in less steel rods than they were supposed to. They were exposed for it, and now that building is called Boneless Chicken Apartment Building. Yeah.
There's still a building.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I think it's up to code, but it's not as good or as much as other builders do. So they're called Boneless Chicken Apartment Building. Because why are you not, like, steel rods, seriously? Lee said that he hated the idea of thick columns, so let's cut it down. But that's not the only thing that he skimped out on costs. So this is going to get really complicated, but just like bear with me, it's so important. When you have a flat ceiling and a column right up against it, it's called flat slab construction. Or at least in Korean, that's what it's called. It looks modern, it's faster to build, it's cheaper, but it's definitely not safer. It can cause something called a punching phenomenon. Imagine you've got a piece of paper and you're holding it down on a pencil. The pencil could easily punch through into the piece of paper. Yeah. Now, if you were to stick another circular piece of paper on the point of the pencil and then stick another paper on top, it's much harder for you to stick through, even though it's just paper. It's very hard to punch through 2 layers. That's the drop panel. That's what it's called. So think of it as instead of walking through the mud with sneakers, you're walking through with heels. The difference is massive.
Yeah.
Your heels are going to poke into the soil.
Yeah.
But Lee, rich businessman, owner of a crazy lucrative construction company, says, should be okay. He knew that this was a bad idea. He knew this was dangerous, but it saved him money. So he was all aboard. He said, you know what? It's fine. Columns are strong. But they're not, especially when you take out half the steel rods, like half the skeleton of the column is now gone. But the worst, the biggest hazard of this whole building was the 5th floor. It should not have existed. The building was not designed to hold the weight of another floor. It sounds like, it's just another floor, but that is an additional 25% of the overall weight added, if not more. That is huge. At first, he told his team, it's going to be for a roller skating rink, which honestly would have been a lot safer. Less traffic, not as much furniture, but instead, he said, you know what makes more money? Restaurants. Restaurants are insanely heavy. Commercial ovens, commercial walk-in freezers, industrial-sized refrigerators, lots of water. Lots of water is heavy. Since there's going to be multiple kitchens on that floor, I mean, you're talking AC up there is going to be intense. Restaurants are also more densely packed than a roller skating rink. The entire weight distribution and calculations were going off the walls. You know those big Amazon delivery trucks? Well, the weight of the 5th floor was about 100 of those delivery trucks. Imagine parking 100 of those on the roof where it should not be. That's just the 5th floor. That's not, and he wanted to do heated floors for the 5th floor, which added 2,415 tons of weight. Just for heated floors. And on top of that, there was even more. So the roof of the 5th floor on Building A were these giant AC cooling towers. They weighed 87 tons each. There's 3 of them. So the total of that, to visualize, imagine sticking 2 houses on top of the roof of a mall that is already unstable. This is crazy. Just on top of the roof. Now, here's where things go really wrong on the roof. So firstly, the AC towers on this specific roof is a death wish. The vibrations that the AC creates, it only further destabilizes the building's foundation. That's what causes cracks, vibration, movement. And so since the get-go, like opening day of this mall, they could see the red flags. The vibrations and the weight of the heavy AC cooling towers, they were causing water leaks onto the 5th floor. Because the water would leak out of the AC, there would be a crack, and it would flow through. But the biggest atrocity of what they did on that roof, the AC towers were facing towards a nearby apartment building. All the residents of that apartment building were like, the AC towers are so loud. We're filing complaints. You got to do something about it. So they had to move the AC towers to the other side of the roof. Now, to do something like that, what do? You have to call in industrial cranes. You got to have a ton of professionals on site to make sure that it's done safely and securely. It's a pricey relocation. Lee, very wealthy mogul, said, too expensive, get a couple of dollies.
Wow, so they just scooped it over.
They didn't even scoop it because there's no dollies that can carry that much weight. They basically dragged it. And if you see pictures of that roof from like opening year, there's cracks all over.
Wow.
And now they move the ACs to the other side. And what do? They vibrate and cause even more cracking now to even the other side of the building. Now here's where it gets kind of unexpected. This one I wasn't expecting at all. One of the first stores that opened up inside this mall actually contributed to the collapse. A bookstore. Did you know Korean books are even heavier than foreign books because they use a higher portion of stone powder in the paper? A year and a half after opening, the bookstore would be relocated from the 2nd floor of the mall down to the basement because that bookstore was causing so much damage to the building from the sheer weight of the books and the shitty construction. If this had been a well-built building, there wouldn't have been any damage.
So they realized something is happening?
Yeah. There were cracks all over the 2nd floor.
What?
There was bending in the floor. There was drooping in the floor. The floor was tilted where the bookstore was.
Wow. And nobody did anything?
No. The entire building started to lean a little bit. And all it would take would be 20 seconds for the entire building to crumble. And literally not a single part of this rescue was easy. End of June in South Korea is typically a very rainy season. The rain was pouring down on the rescue efforts. I mean, in theory, it might have been good since when a building collapses, there's always small fires trapped inside the rubble. You've got open electrical wires, you've got appliances, and poisonous gas, they start to spread, which, pretty quickly could kill any survivor that's trapped inside that manages to find an air pocket. So the rain, in theory, would have been helpful, but it was just a massive inconvenience. Like, the rain was not enough to put out the fires, but it was enough to slow down the rescuers. Firemen had to come in and try to calm any potential flames. And the first 16 hours of rescue efforts, 5 people were rescued. So there was some progress. And unfortunately, one of the survivors would die on the way to the hospital. Then, 24 people who were trapped in the same air pocket were rescued. They were pulled out by rope. Nothing was going smoothly. I mean, they pulled them out, but there were still hundreds and hundreds of people that were unaccounted for. And the rescuers were nonstop sprinting from place to place. They're crawling inside of holes that are already unstable. They're shimmying themselves through the collapsed basement level, squeezing past these broken shards of glass beams, like shining their flashlight into whatever nook and cranny they could find, screaming to see if anyone survived. They would dig holes the size of a kitchen sink and just start crawling in there. They put their lives in danger for every second that they were there because they just wanted to save people. A lot of the people in the mall, because it was a Tuesday afternoon, were young moms and children. The family members of the missing and the victims, they all gathered. They tried to help. Random civilians that had no family members in there, they were putting their lives on the line to help save people. Retired doctors grabbed their white coats and went to local hospitals because there were way too many people coming in. A ton of ajumas, middle-aged women, they were too old, too frail to dig, but they created these organized groups and they would cook for the thousands of rescuers every single day. But ultimately, the morale for the rescue teams was dying, which sounds bad because, how can your morale die when there's a chance that others need saving, right? But they're working themselves to the edge physically and mentally every single day, and all they're getting after the first initial groups of survivors is bad news. They're just getting bad news. Another body, another body, another body. 10 days had passed, and it's the rule of 3. Do you know the rule of 3?
No.
3 minutes without oxygen, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. And you'll die. It had been 10 days. No food, no water, limited oxygen, and potentially injuries on top of all of that. The rescuers thought, okay, maybe it's time to go from rescue to recovery. The faster, the better. July is peak monsoon season. It's only going to get worse. We got to go. People said you could smell rotting corpses even if you were blocks away from the site. They started bringing in the heavy machinery. The chief of police asked all the family members who are still present at that site, come on, we got to do one last go before we bring in the machines. Call your loved ones. We can't hear anyone. Maybe we can hear their phone. And so all of them are standing around with their phone, calling their missing loved ones. And they're just trying to listen, but they can't hear a single thing. The US actually would donate these sound detectors to help rescuers find the phones underneath. The Korean government was already equipped with heat sensors, which is typically used to locate bodies. But the heat sensors, they work with infrared light. And when it rains, the raindrops scatter the infrared. And it becomes wildly inaccurate. 11 days had passed. And now rescuers were like, okay, no one survived. So let's bring in the machinery. Michael thought that he was going to die in there. But on the 11th day of rescue, a rescuer stopped, he blinked, he scrambled, grabbed his flashlight from his back pocket and flashed it into the hole. Hello? Is anyone there? And he put his ear up against the hole, and this tiny little voice says, I'm here. The other rescuers, they don't even believe him. So he's like, come, come, come. And they all make him say, I'm here again. And everyone starts swarming. 11 days in, they had to penetrate an extra 4 feet of thick reinforced concrete to get him out. He was out at 8:30 a.m., 230 hours after the collapse. He was carried out on a stretcher and he waved for the cameras. Volunteer rescue workers, they're all cheering, they're all clapping. I mean, this was the victory that they needed. They're like, take the machines off. We're going back to hand. If Michael survived, there could be others. Meanwhile, Gia did not share this excitement. She thought she was going to die. For the past few days, the concrete on top of her face was coming closer and closer and closer. It was pure torture. The air was getting stuffier and she felt panic. The walls are literally closing in on her, but in the slowest way possible. She wanted to scream like, oh my God, just squish me already.
Wait, she's the 25-year-old?
No.
Oh.
A different worker, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, the anxiety of it about to come down was worse than just dying, she said. I mean, she was buried in a pile of concrete, laying on her back, so her legs were trapped under a concrete pole, and she was thankfully in an air pocket, but she can't move. So at first, Gia is screaming her head off, hoping that people can hear her. She's like, hello, I'm here. But nobody came. So she just said she kept falling asleep. That's all she could do. I don't know if her brain forced her to sleep. She just said, I kept falling asleep. I kept dreaming that I was home. I just wanted to go home. And I kept thinking, oh my God, my dad is sick. My mom is worrying about me. And now I'm going to be even a bigger burden. 58 hours passed. So like 2.5 days in. Remember the rule of 3? 3 minutes, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. 2.5 days in, she's so thirsty. At this point, she can't even think about anything but her thirst. And water starts flowing. And she takes a sip and she immediately coughs it out. She had rust water coming in. She waited till more water came in, and instead of letting it flow directly into her mouth because it tasted so disgusting and rusty, she grabbed a piece of her clothing, soaked it in the water, and then just kind of wet her lips with it. She had no idea how many days had passed. All she knew was she was starting to hallucinate. The part where her legs were trapped, she felt like her legs were walking. She felt like her legs were floating at one point when it clearly wasn't. She was like losing her mind. She was losing sensation in her legs. She just kept going back to sleep. And then the next thing she knew, there's heavy machine sounds and the concrete's just getting closer and closer and closer. Would they push the concrete until it completely suffocated her? Would they push the concrete till it squished her? Like, what's going to happen? Would the excavator just come down and rip her up? Her bottom legs are stuck, so she'd be ripped in half. Gia felt terror. Sheer terror. She only had like 10 inches left when all of a sudden she hears a voice. Stop! Do you hear something? At around 2 p.m. on the 13th day,
wow,
a rescuer saw her foot and they yelled, if you're alive, move your feet. Gia tried to wiggle her toes, but she didn't even know if it was wiggling because she lost sensation a long time ago. And she screamed, save me. The rescuer clawed through the cement by hand, and Gia just remembered thinking, I'm found. She said it wasn't, I lived. She didn't say it was, I survived. She just thought, I'm found. Good. I don't care if I die right now, because at least they found my body so my mom will know. Her mom was later interviewed and asked, like, what is the first thing you want to say to your daughter? And she said, do I even need to say anything? And they were trying to ask, like, did you think your daughter was dead? Because it had been 13 days. And they said, did you think she had? And her mom stops the journalist and says, no, I didn't think that. I'll never think that because the day she dies is the day I die.
혹시 죽었으리라고 생각 안 했어요?
안 했어요. 안 했어요. 진짜. 걔 죽는 날이 나 죽는 날이라고 나는.
After 285 hours, Gia was rescued. And at that point, the ceiling was so low, it was touching her nose. She was not even inches, but centimeters away from death. And everyone was like, okay, that's crazy, right? But there's no way there's going to be more survivors. There's only so many miracles that the universe can give us. On the 15th day, another woman is rescued. Let's call her Sammy. She was trapped in a small pocket of air in the children's clothing section. She heard the voice of her colleague screaming, help me. And she just kept screaming, panicking, help me, there's this concrete pinning my waist down. She was getting crushed. And there was no way Sammy could even get to her. And she tried telling her, it's okay, it's okay. But after a day or two, there was no more noise. Sammy said, all she did was try and fall asleep. She had no idea how long she was in there. Sammy would be the last survivor found in the rubble. There would be no more miracles after that. Before we get to the depressing recovery, South Korea did try to bring up the morale of the country and the 3 survivors. So Michael, Gia, and Sammy almost became these beacons of hope for people. Michael was seen as this national hero for not only somehow miraculously surviving in the rubble for 11 days, but also his iconic wave on the stretcher. Companies started offering him gigs to model for them. Schools were offering the 3 full ride scholarships. There had been this stereotype that the younger generation were weak and not as tough as their parents in South Korea, but this was completely obliterated, this idea. And just like Michael, Gia, the one who survived 13 days, she made headlines because when she was pulled out of there, reporters asked her while she was on the stretcher, "How do you feel? Any plans now that you've been saved?" And she said, "I want to go on a date with the oppa that rescued me."
Oh.
And people thought it was such an unhinged, hilarious, fun answer to such a serious, depressing situation. The last 3 survivors were asked, "What food do you want to eat the most?" Michael said, "Coca-Cola. I want to drink an ice cold Coke." Gia said, "Iced coffee." Sammy said, "I just want some ice cream." Every soda, iced coffee, ice cream brand went nuts trying to sign these 3 for brand endorsements. Gia also kept making jokes. Like, nobody knew if they could keep laughing or not. When she was rescued, she complained, "Why'd you guys come so fast? I could have stayed there a few days longer. Let me go back in there." Michael had to have his head shaved to run some tests, and he was so embarrassed. Anytime reporters ran into his hospital room, he would put on his little beanie, his little hat. And I think that these are the stories that people wanted to focus on, because the other side was just so dark. Side note, almost all the rescues, especially the ones that weren't immediate, they were all subground level, so they were all in the basement. The other floors, this is a picture of what it looked like. There was no way that people were going to survive that collapse, unless maybe you were on the roof, which
sorry.
probably
Thank
not
you
even
so
that.
much for the
Pongo, the magnet working on the restaurant floor of the 5th floor, he was rescued pretty early on.
Here for the
he had made it kind of basically out. I think he was hit by just some debris. And he said, "Every single person I spoke to that day, the head chef, my colleagues, customers, I would later see all
Sorry,
their names."
my video is a little bit
on the
loud.
deceased list.
I don't know how long.
Another survivor said, "I just don't understand the point of life anymore. Like, the people that died,
I knocked the fuck up when I
there were
got
nice
home. Oh my
people.
god.
There were really rich people. There were workers like me. There were people who went to church. There were people who studied really hard.
It's 2 a.m. now?
But
Yeah, it
everyone died
is.
without
It
even
is
a
also
chance to
2
fight
a.m.
for
for
their
me.
lives. So what is the point of anything at all?" Families of victims said the nightmare was just never ending. I do want to say that the rescue efforts were admirable. The rescuers, they did everything, but the system itself was flawed. Korea didn't have a strong system to respond to these types of crises, which, like, I don't know if they still do with after Itaewon and Seoul, but at the time, it was so disorganized. Family had no idea if loved ones were alive, survived, deceased, at a hospital, which hospital. Nobody had a clue. The site was left open for people to just come and volunteer. And so a lot of people did come and volunteer, but there were also a lot of hyenas. What do you think the hyenas did? They were dubbed hyenas by the media.
Yeah. Sorry.
400 hyenas were arrested during
I mean,
rescue
seriously,
efforts.
me, right? This take 5 minutes
Families
past
are
2 days.
crying.
Oh my
Rescuers are
god.
risking their lives.
They're stealing stuff.
They're pretending to help and stealing designer goods.
Wow.
When one was arrested, they just callously responded, "Well, they were all going to go to the dump anyway." Another man was caught volunteering wearing 10 pairs of designer pants. 10 pairs. When asked, "Why the hell were you stealing 10 pairs of designer pants?" he said, "What are you talking about? I was saving lives and I got cold in the middle of June. So I just put on whatever was near me." Meanwhile, Mr. Jung was at work when the building fell. He's an attorney, and he didn't hear about it until way later. He was at a 회식 with his coworkers, and they were drinking, they're eating, and he just had this pit in his stomach when people were like, "Oh, you didn't hear about the mall?" So his wife and his 3 adult daughters, they loved going to that mall. So he calls his wife. She picks up, and he's like, "Oh my god, thank God. Okay, you're home, right? Are the girls home? Did you hear about what happened at the department store?" She's like, "What? No, the girls are there shopping." Mr. Jung's coworker said that
Thank you.
he didn't even say anything. One minute he was on the phone, the next minute he was out the door. He ran on foot to the department store, and all he saw was rubble. He started climbing on the rubble in his suit, just clawing, looking for his girls. He went to every single hospital in the city. He talked to nurses, doctors, looked at hospital morgues. The day after the collapse, he would be told that all 3 of his children were dead. And he said, after what my wife and I went through that day, I just hoped that the sky would fall and the earth would give out and we would just all die. And of course, he feels for every single daughter, but he really felt for his eldest because she had fought and beaten all odds. His eldest daughter went blind when she was 12 years old. She worked harder than anyone he knew. Harder than all of his adult coworker, colleagues, attorneys combined. She ended up getting her master's in special education at UC Berkeley in the United States. She came back to teach special education at Seoulde, which is the best school in the entire country. And her dad said she couldn't see in front of her, but she just always had a vision. And she fought all these odds to be here, and now she's gone. There was another family, the Lee family, and Mom Lee, Mrs. Lee, she was telling her daughter for months, like, give up the dreams of the department store. And her daughter told her, no, if I'm going to be a fashion designer, I can't just rent a small shop anywhere. I have to make a big statement. I'm going to get foot traffic. I know it's a lot of money, but I've saved up my entire life savings. I'm going to rent this tiny little shop. It's my dream. And she signed the lease 2 months before the collapse. And Mrs. Lee said all that nagging she did, completely forgot about it. Because the minute that she saw her daughter in that shop, just how much passion she had for what she was doing, how could she not support her? She was at her shop when the building went down. And this part is so dark, but it feels really raw. A lot of families reported feeling shame and guilt afterwards, because they were all there, and when survivors were being found, they would see survivors reunite with their families, and they said they would feel intense jealousy because it's only human. And then immediately they would feel so ashamed for feeling so jealous, and it made them feel so gross. But they had this like, ugh, that should be me. So after the last remaining survivors were rescued, the government decided they needed to start clearing out the debris. They said it was dangerous to just have it out in the open, so they just started moving the rubble to dump sites. And a lot of victims have not been found yet. So families were at dump sites by themselves, no rescue workers, digging through the rubble. At that point, some of them only found bones. And if there was any flesh, they were unrecognizable. This mall had been built 6 years ago. It wasn't even around for, I mean, you go and you look at houses in LA, there's houses from like 1920s still up for sale. So for it to collapse, injuring over 900 people, killing 502 people, and resulting in 40 people that are still considered missing to this day, it doesn't make sense. The public is like, we want answers. It was revealed that the building was not attacked by North Korea or a group of terrorists. There was no earthquake, no natural disaster. The building went down on its own, so obviously there's some sort of human error. So they found the owner, the Lee family, and journalists start hounding him with questions. And look, the way that this man answers questions does not help him in the eyes of the public. They said, "Did you do a safety inspection on the building?" Mr. Lee said, "Look here, we've got many people coming in and out of this building. Do you really, think about it. Do you really think if we knew that the building was going to go down, we would keep it open? Of course we did safety checks. It was received by the president of the building. I am the owner. I only attend meetings once a week. So you'd have to ask management to clear up those answers." In other words, we have no motive to keep the mall open if we knew it was going to collapse. But as a company, it's not just about injury to customers. It's about company property. He's comparing 502 people dying to losing a mall. I think it's clear what he's trying to say. Of course, everything was great and we knew nothing about this, because think about it. From our standpoint, would it be logical to ignore such a big safety concern if it would ruin our company? But the delivery was disgusting and nobody believed him. He would also try to argue that if the building was so dangerous, why was he in Building B when it collapsed?
But he survived.
Building B did not collapse because Building B had sturdier columns because it wasn't a mall, so they didn't need to display merchandise. They didn't have all this heavy machinery. There was like no one in there also. They didn't even have the massive AC units on the roof. And this whole argument backfired when it was revealed the reason that Mr. Lee was even in Building B to begin with was because there was an emergency meeting about whether or not the mall should be evacuated. That's what they were doing, debating whether or not to close the mall when the mall collapsed. The meeting lasted for hours and executives were arguing. So Lee and his son, who is the president of the mall, they were arguing that it's going to be bad for business. The board of executives were arguing it doesn't matter because if the building collapses or even if a ceiling falls through and a customer gets injured, that's going to be bad for business. A few executives left mid-meeting because they got calls of complaints by store owners that like ceilings were crumbling. Literally during the meeting, they left. They went to investigate. They went onto the rooftop. One of the executives saw one of the columns punching through the roof. He turned to his colleague and said, "Get everyone out now. F Lee, I don't care. Get him out." They were on the way downstairs when the building went down. The other executives and the Lee family were still arguing when all hell broke loose. People are sprinting towards exits. People were being pushed into clothing racks because now you could hear the groaning. Like once that groaning hit, you had 20 seconds to get out. Some people were in their underwear just making a run for it. They had been caught in the middle of changing. Now they're booking it. If Lee hadn't cut even more costs and had there been more escalators, more stairwells, more emergency exits, more people could have been saved. Because now there was almost a crowd crush situation on top of the collapse. A domino effect took over. The 5th floor ceiling fell through and now it was on the 4th floor, holding the weight. But that was about to crumble and then soon the 3rd floor and it would just all pancake in 20 seconds. Nobody had a warning. It looks like one of those aluminum soda cans that you step on. The executives in the Lee family heard. They ran out, ran to the hallway, and it's just a cliff. And they see the building on the ground. But still, Chairman Lee acts like he knew nothing. Okay, whenever he was interviewed by journalists, he would make it about himself. One journalist asked if he had anything he wanted to say to the victims' families, and he just said, "Do you think I wanted this to happen? I have nothing to say." What's crazy about all of this and this whole family is that Lee's daughter-in-law, so the president of the mall, his son's wife, was in the building when it was collapsed. She was rescued early on. She refused to give her name to rescuers, and people thought that was weird. The rescuers were like, "What? Like, you don't want your family to know that you're okay?" Everyone that could talk was giving their name so that your families can find you. But the very next day, they saw that same woman they rescued on the news standing next to her husband and her father-in-law, showing her full support.
Wow.
So a full investigation on the cause of the collapse was ordered by the government, and it revealed a lot. I mean, obviously it revealed all of the things that I've mentioned before, but on top of that, Chairman Lee was known to constantly change the interior of the mall, like he was just changing clothes. He would rip out perfectly acceptable lighter wood floors and put in super heavy marble flooring. He did not care about durability. He wanted it to look expensive because more people would come and they would shop and he would make more money. That's all he wanted, more money. He would knock down interior walls to like make more space for merchandise. And with all the new renovations, there were more customers. And it's not like the building crumbled out of nowhere. There were literal bright red warning signs that the Lee family and the executives, they were made aware of. 2 months before the collapse, a thin line emerged on the ceiling of the 5th floor. It was more of an eyesore than anything, but every now and then, tinkle, tinkle, there'd be dust landing on people's faces coming from that crack. Like, that's kind of crazy. If you were dining at the restaurants, your chopsticks would slowly roll to the side and off the table because the floor was tilting, but all the customers thought, "Oh man, what's wrong with this table?" No one thought it was the floor. No one thought it was the building that was leaning. Workers on the restaurant level, they would put in a container of raw veggies on the fridge shelf. It's like an industrial walk-in fridge. They would walk back in and it's like slid all the way to the wall. They'd put it next to the door. It slid all the way down to the wall, like 5 feet down to the wall. Why would it be sliding? That didn't make any sense. The floor of the 5th floor was tilted at a 15-degree angle. The tilting got so bad the fifth floor restaurants had to be closed. They requested civil engineers to be called in for an inspection. And the main person that called was Lee's son. So he's there with the inspectors and they're like, yeah, this building is in imminent danger of collapse. The only option that you have in situations like this is to evacuate, close the entire building down, and we can game plan on what the next steps are.
So they already know this before.
Way before.
Yeah.
Like 2 months before. And he's like, okay, let me think about it. He didn't think about it. Instead, he hired workers to just hide the cracks by adding more grout and plaster. He was like, as long as the customers don't see, because this month was crucial for them. June and July were the summer sale months. This is another illegal thing that they're doing. In South Korea, you can only have a sale for 2 weeks. I don't know why. I guess it's so that stores can't like try to manipulate you into like buying things, right? 2 weeks. The sale is scheduled for July when everybody else has the sale. But the Lees were like, we can be smart. We're going to get our VIP clients early access. So we're going to sell them the product since they're our VIPs, we know them, and we're only going to run their card at the sale prices in July, but they can come during June. And they had a lot of VIPs. So June was a very busy, high traffic month for them. Crazy busy. 10 days before the collapse, a customer was sitting at their table on the 5th floor to eat, and the whole thing started shaking. She said it was so strange, she thought it was an earthquake or something, but when she told her friends that weren't at the mall, they were like, what are you talking about? There was no earthquake. There was nothing on the news. 5 days before the collapse, another customer was on the 5th floor eating when it felt like someone doused a bucket of water on their head. And she's like, what the hell? Looks up, there is like a droopy hole. It's not even just a hole, but like a part of the ceiling that's drooping down at the end, there's a hole. The employees were made aware of it. They tell upper management and they're like, it's just Samsung's shitty construction. They did not think that water leaks were even in the same possibility as a building collapsing. The night before the collapse, the security guard noticed the sinkhole in the roof and he called Lee's son and was like, sir, there's a literal sinkhole on the roof. And apparently the son went himself to check it out. And while he's standing there staring at this giant hole, one of the managers of the restaurant comes out and is like, hey, I've been trying to call you for ages now. Look at this shit. Look, can I show you something? They walk over to one of the columns on the 5th floor near his restaurant. There's an 8-inch long crack that's knuckle deep. But that's not even all. The manager is like, I've been waiting for this, okay? I'm paying all this money, and look at that ceiling. Look at that ceiling above the kitchen. It's droopy. And look. He puts his phone on the counter, like the cash register of the restaurant. It slides off. He's like, I know it's not my counter, so what's going on? Lee's son checks his watch. He's like, shoot. The stores are about to open for the day. Okay, just why don't we close down all the restaurants on this floor? I guess if you want to stay open, you can stay open, but it's fine. Close down. We're going to figure it out. We'll send up maintenance or something. Maintenance workers were sent up and they're like, guys, this shit is going to go down. Like, under no circumstances can we put plaster on anything anymore. Like, it's going to go down. Lee's son left the building for about 30 minutes before he was called back in, this time to the 4th floor. A shop owner said, I just heard these like really crazy like tuck, tuck, tuck noises. And then the whole floor shook for like 3 minutes. They're like, isn't that right, Susie? Like 3 minutes. And Susie's like, yeah, 3 full minutes. Lee's son is like, okay, let me investigate, right? Before he could even figure it out, water starts pouring down the walls of the 5th floor. That's why they turned off the AC units. He said, you know what? Don't close them all. Turn off the AC units and drain the water inside of them because that's what's leaking. And then 4 hours before the collapse, evacuation orders were given. Lee's son said, let's focus on what matters. Don't tell the customers, but let's take out all the priceless goods. Paintings, artwork, jewelry, ancient pottery, super expensive bags. Let's take it out just in case. We don't know. It could flood. It could do something. Customers, employees, they were not evacuated. They had no idea they were in a compromised building.
This is unbelievable. It's like the guy's doing everything in his power to kill people.
Why did they not evacuate? Because the mall was bringing in about $400,000 a day. And they said, we can't lose out on that. Many of the victims died on impact, others suffocated to death, others bled out, some starved to death, and a lot of them drowned to death. When firefighters were trying to put out the fires inside the rubble, the water came in and filled their air pockets. Some of the other survivors could hear them drowning, and the firefighters that worked that scene, I don't think it's their fault. I think they did their best considering the information and tools they were given, but they still have PTSD. They have nightmares about it. They said they will carry around the guilt for the rest of their lives. In the end, the court sentenced Lee Jun, the chairman, to 7.5 years in prison, and his son got 7. You look so shocked, right? But this was actually a big deal. This is what's even crazier about this case, okay? Is the fact that, to me, I'm like, 7 years, that's nothing, right? In Korea, this was landmark. This was crazy that they got 7 years. I mean, people, don't get me wrong, people were still upset it wasn't enough, but a lot of people being very cynical, skeptical, and just realistic, they weren't expecting the Lee family to get any jail time. Not saying that they didn't deserve it, but that was the track record for the government. The reason why they got a lengthy jail time, lengthy quote, is really dark. It's a high-end department store. A lot of the victims were wives of influential businessmen. To just name a few, and not saying that these people's lives hold more value, but to give context on whose families were fighting for these offenders to get jail time. Wife of Samsung Electronics president, wife of Daewoo Motors president.
Wife of the Samsung
division, electronics division.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, advisor to Samsung Motors and former head of Korea's Customs Service, advisor to Samsung Engineering and Construction, executive for Hyundai Engineering and Construction, wives of high-powered attorneys, judges, and doctors, a judge's mother. I mean, these were just a few to name. Many of these were the upper echelon of society. These were the elites.
And they still only got 7 years.
Yes, and the worst part is netizens speculate, had this been a middle-class mall or a lower-class mall, they probably would have gotten no jail time.
But why though? What how is that?
Yeah.
How, like...
I guess it was a blame shifting game. So Lee's family would actually shift the blame on government workers that they bribed. So they would say, hey, we didn't pass our safety inspection, but just say we did. And about 30 government workers were fired and arrested as well. So because there were so many people to blame, it became this game of like, who's really at fault? Was it the gatekeeper, the government workers that didn't make sure that the safety inspections were up to date? Was it the...
Send all of them to jail.
Yeah.
500 people died.
I agree.
Thank you so much for the alert.
When he got out,
I'm gonna try
died
to
a
get
year
some sleep.
later,
Have
so
fun
we're
stream,
not too
Vanny.
sad
Thank
about
you
that.
so much. I hope you have a great
Lee's
rest.
son, June, is one of the very few families in South Korea, many we've talked about, that are basically socially exiled. They're legally allowed to be in Korea, but he is said to have been spotted living in Russia. We don't know for sure, but like the minute he steps foot in South Korea, I mean, nothing's going to happen.
So he's still around right now?
Yeah.
But he's free?
Yes, but I think that he has no money. I don't know if he had a lot of hidden money, but the family's fortune was completely liquidated and given to the survivors and victims' families. It's estimated that each family received around 250,000, because there's a lot of people, which honestly is nothing compared to the life of a loved one. But trust me, this is not a story where victims' families get closure. 500 plus people died. Like, that's a tragedy that is going to be felt nationwide. I mean, think about the spider web of people that are either directly or indirectly impacted by this level of loss. Well, the president of South Korea was asked to say something to the victims. And he said, the collapse of this Hampung department store today was 21 days ago. I wish for peace for those who lost their precious lives. I pray for the speedy recovery and for those who were injured, and I express my condolences to the families who suffered an unexpected accident. Thank you. He's at his podium, okay? He stands still for maybe 2 seconds, and he thinks that the camera is off now. And he turns to his aide and says, that should be enough, right?
감사합니다. 그럼 되겠지. 그래.
It wasn't even in the tone of like, oh, do you think I should say more? Like, ooh, was that did I convey my emotions correctly? It was like a 됐지, like I did it. Happy. Let's go.
He doesn't care.
Yeah. A lot of the victims' families were upset at the government and even the rescue operations, not the rescue workers, but the operation. They felt like the government wanted to throw some money at the victims' families, start cleaning up the rubble, and make use of the land again. The victims' families requested a memorial. Not to give a comparison, but later on, this comparison does come up a lot in Korean media sources. But like 9/11 in the US, I mean, that is crazy real estate if you think about it. That is prime real estate. But out of respect for the tragedy, there is a memorial there. You go there to you remember these families, you remember these victims, everyone that lost their lives.
Okay.
But
Sorry,
the
I have
government
to
said
pause
this is
this.
such a good area of Gangnam.
Oh, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Should I just like end it? Oh, that kind of scared me. Holy shit, I forgot that I made this sort. Okay. Let's say. Alright. How do I just like. Oh, is it? Yeah, okay. That was interesting. That was an interesting story. I finished the art. Finally. Frick. I didn't really plan for this stream, but I'm glad that I did have fun with it. Tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. No, sorry, p.m. Me and Tofu will be reacting and basically doing a watch along to tomorrow's Love and Deep Space stream for the update, especially for Valko. And yeah, we will it will be streamed to Tofu's channel. And yes, Topher. I don't know why I started saying Topher. It just sounds nice. Well, it doesn't sound nice, but it's funny. It's like how now I'm starting to say Sojourn for some reason. Expect lots of barking. Yes. Expect lots of barking from me. I'm so excited. I'm really hoping for some new main story, like um uh, basically like main story content, especially, well, obviously we will have some main story content for Valko, and basically like Sojourn, the Apex hero from Overwatch. What the frick? But yeah, basically I'm just like expecting more main story from the boys, especially like like the more later characters such as Silas, Caleb, and of course Valko, we know that we're gonna get some more content, but hopefully with Valko's reveal and like involvement, I guess, with the Love and Deep Space characters, we will be getting more content because it does, by book, make sense that we'll have more characters for that. Well, basically more storyline for that, but hopefully that'll be right, and maybe the goddamn company has something good for once. But yeah, anyways, we'll be seeing all of that tomorrow, and we'll see. I'm so excited. Tomorrow, obviously, no Topher and stream Topher and friend stream because somebody just doesn't feel good, but it's understandable. It's okay. We'll be maybe playing some Overwatch, but all of it will be in Tofu's stream. It will not be in my stream because unfortunately my PC is a little bit wacky. With all that being said, that's pretty much all of it from me. I don't know what will be the next time I'll be streaming, but hey, just stay tuned, really. um, all I want to say is thank you so much for the people who rated me today, especially Che and Kitsukeri. Thank you so much for the people who has been lurking since earlier. It's been like, wow, 6 hours at this point. Well, nearly 6 hours. Um, and plus, thank you so much for all the people who followed and stuff. And also thank you so much for the people who stayed throughout the 5 hours. Crazy, am I right? But again, I really do appreciate you guys staying here. I don't fucking know. Like I feel like everything that I've done is like bullshit, to be honest. But like, hey, you guys like bullshit, right? Anyways, always finding somebody's true raid. Let's see. Who can we raid right now? It's still a fun stream indeed. Rosary? Let's see. When you got me fucked up for this. Yeah, no, you got me fucked up. Nah. No, I'm actually gonna. Oh, okay. No, I'm not gonna do that. Creator of Iron Mouse model is crazy. Who should we actually raid? Hold on. She has less viewers than you though? The fuck do you mean? But I don't know if you're schizophrenic or something, but I definitely don't have like 70 viewers. Right. Yeah, you can't fool me, twin. I don't know about you. Alright, question, Vanny. Is there a better guide to pull on the L&D or all is the same? I feel like all of this is the same. It just really depends on who you like. And I recommend you just like waiting for like I really just recommend you fucking waiting for Volko, to be honest, with the pulls and everything, so yeah. That's wild. Maybe because your stream is broken, not gonna lie. Your Twitch is freaking out, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna raid Tofu because I literally don't have anyone else to raid. I bet all of you guys you know Tofu. To the people who doesn't know Tofu, she's my friend, and I'm part of the Tofu and Friends. So, yeah, she's playing Code Vein currently. I don't know if she's ever gonna fucking end. She's a little bit busy with her Code Vein, so yeah. Who? Topher and Viti? That's crazy, dog. Anyways, raid message. I need to improve with my raid message, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, anyways. Again, thank you so much for the people who were here today. I really appreciate you guys staying here again. Thank you all so much for the follows and the raids. that has happened today. I'll see you guys tomorrow on Topher's stream, which is the channel that I am rating right now. You guys will be seeing me there tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. GMT +8 for some Love and Deep Space stream, watch along, whatever the fuck is going on. Yep. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the next. See you guys tomorrow on Topher's stream. Otsunini everyone. Bye bye. Good night.